Hello, good afternoon and welcome to a frantic Friday here at the Modus Super Series. It's the second of 3 double session days we have this week from the live lounge in Port. So tomorrow afternoon we'll see the WADC Championship Tour finals, but today it's all about the thrilling race to finals night here at the Super Series. Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon, where the Belgian Raman leads the way. The asset Paul Nicholson's going to be watching every single dart today in the commentary box. Before we talk about Group C this afternoon, let's take a step back and talk about last night. Andy Boulton is top of Group B at the halfway stage of proceedings. 3 wins from 4 from his opening night, and that 104 average as well. He really stood up, didn't he, as the session came to a close?
Oh yeah, he definitely did, because he was tested the whole way. The 2 guys from Yorkshire, Jakes and Turner, they came with some great game, and even the 2 at the bottom, they played really well as well at times. So the fact that Andy was able to use all of his experience and his ability to win situations, that's why he's top. But even with 6 points, he knows waking up today that he is not safe yet. He's still got more work to do.
Well, this is how the table looks going into tonight's session from 10 o'clock. Andy Boulton and Martin Turner are on 6 points. Peter Jakes won his first 2 games but lost his last 2, whilst Romeo Gerbavac and Thomas Banks are on 2 points in a session where every single player had a running average in excess of 90.
Yes, and that tells you everything you need to know, because when we see that from people predominantly in Champions Weeks, because that's when you usually get that, that is a great group. And I would suspect, Henry, I don't know about you, but later on today when that group starts, I expect the standard to come down a little bit, because everybody knows they're still in the running. There's going to be some key misses, and the hits are going to be so crucial.
Well, that's what we're going to be watching this evening, but this afternoon is all about Group C, and this is what happened during yesterday's session.
This is a big dart. He's going right. This is a long shot. But boy, oh boy, that's a good one. He's been playing a lot more conventional over the last couple of days, and it's working very well.
This one to take out the opening leg. The time on his side. But does he? Of course he does, and he pins it. Beautiful. See this game through 4-0.
He's got to get a 25 in bull. Well, this will be some shot.
Game shot.
Oh
and
my
the match,
word!
James Welding.
How good was that?
So this is how the table looks at the halfway stage. Brian Raman, top of the table, 8 points to his name. James Welding, Dean Finn and Jenson Walker are all on 6 points. David Evans is on 2 points. And Richard North there you can see on 2 points. We'll talk more about that in just a second. But let's kick off by talking about Brian Raman. He's the player at the top of the table. 8 points to his name. Everything that went wrong on Wednesday, he managed to put right yesterday, didn't he?
He did, but now he's got the same conundrum that he had on Wednesday. Because on the second day of the week, he wins 4 from 5, and you think he's going to be a very bright spark for the rest of the week. It just doesn't work that way all of the time. So now he's got a second crack of the whip to put things right. If he can have a positive day, and what I mean by that is win more games than he loses, I believe he's going to make it comfortably into Saturday for a second time. But this is a battle in his own mind. Brian is playing Brian today. Forget about the opponents. He's going to get some resistance coming back, yes, but he's playing himself. If he wins that battle of the mind, he should succeed.
What did you make of Jenson Walker's day yesterday?
A bit up and down, but there were some nice flashy moments. I don't expect too much from Jenson at the minute. I think his inclusion here at the Modus Super Series is about right for where he's at, because he's one of the best boy players in the world. And I think making Saturdays and contending against some of these world-class players, it's all he wants at the minute. It's the same as Thomas Banks. I don't put pressure on these kids. Go out there, flail, do whatever you want. Just go out there and enjoy it. And for me, I think yesterday he was good. But there's still more to find, but that will come with age and experience.
Well, there is a change to the advertised schedule today. Richard North has pulled out of the competition due to injury. He's going to be replaced by local player Lloyd Walker to fulfil the remainder of today's fixtures. He's a player that's in the past has fulfilled fixtures and has come in the last minute. In fact, he was on a site in Winchester at around about 10 o'clock this morning where he got a phone call where he then had to ask his boss, can I leave the site and go and play darts? The boss was very accommodating. He managed to get through the door around about midday. He had to drive 45 minutes to get home, get ready and get here. It's been a manic morning, but for him, it's pretty much a free hit.
It's an opportunity for Lloyd. I think this is a really great audition for him. He's done it before, and he didn't disgrace himself whatsoever. And he could cause problems for everybody in this group if he brings a decent version of himself. He wouldn't be getting the invite if he couldn't play. It's as simple as that. It's not just about geography. Lloyd is a good player. So it's just a question of what he can do with this opportunity.
Well, Lloyd Walker is actually in the betting for winning this group, but if you're going to have a flutter on him, it's 500 to 1, and if the truth be told, I wouldn't really look at it. Raman goes off the even money favourite. Is that justified in your view?
Yeah, I think it is, considering some of the ups and downs that we saw from some of the players yesterday. For instance, James Welding was really good in his first 3 games, but towards the end, he just seemed to run out of steam. So if that was to happen again, you get the feeling that the engine of Raman is going to get him across the line. But I've been wrong before, and I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong again.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. To our first game of the session, which sees David Evans in action. The man from Preston is home for a Saturday night here at North End. Ironically, that's who Ports of the local football team are playing tomorrow afternoon. He takes on James Welding in the first game of the afternoon session. Got off to a really good start. Won his first 2. Just tapered off towards the end of proceedings, but he's looking to make it through on debut, and I caught up with him earlier on today. James, great opening day for yourself here at the Super Series. How would you assess it overall?
It went well. I can play a lot better, but you got to take the positives. I got 6 points and didn't really play my A game yet, so you got to take the positives out of it.
There was a lot of yesterday as well, trying to acclimatise yourself to the stage. First time in front of an environment like this, just getting used to it a little bit.
Yeah. The first game definitely started a bit slow, but then got into it. But like you say, just getting used to the surroundings and stuff like that.
One thing you were very good at yesterday was taking advantage of opportunities. There was a couple of things where maybe you found yourself behind in terms of scoring, but you just kept yourself in there and you ground out opportunities.
Yeah, I just kept, like you say, hitting the right finish at the right time. Like, my scoring wasn't what it can be, but every time I got presented with an opportunity, I seemed to take it, so I was proud of that.
It's been a bit of a breakthrough year for yourself, 2024. Done some great stuff on the ADC circuit. Now you missed out on qualifying for the Global Championship through the UK rankings. This has been a real good year, hasn't it, for you?
Yeah, the ADC's definitely helps. Like, it's close as you're going to get to like Pro Tour Challenge. So the way they set it up, they do a really good job. So I've enjoyed it, and it's progressed my game on through the year.
I can imagine there was a little bit of you that was disappointed when you narrowly missed out. But does this experience, to a certain extent, make up for it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just like happy to have the chance and hopefully prove what I can do while I'm here.
And in terms of today, 6 points to your name, what do you reckon you're going to have to do to qualify through?
Probably maybe 4 out of the 5 games I'm going to need to win. To probably should guarantee me then, but we'll see how it goes.
I wish you all the very best. James, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So, game 1 of the afternoon session sees David Evans and James Welding go toe-to-toe. James, who's had such a good year on the ADC Tour, finished the year as their number 5, narrowly missing out on a spot at the Global Championship at the end of the year. And it got off to a really good start, the 35-year-old from Wigan, who is a St Helens Rugby League fan. He was very quick to mention that this morning, up against man of Lancashire, the 34-year-old David Evans from Preston, 5 times a weekly finalist in his previous 6 appearances here. He is going to have to, you feel, go through the card. He's going to make it 6 from 7. He let go of a lot of leads yesterday, did stretch. George Baker, once again, our referee for all of the afternoon's action here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, James Welding got off to a superb start yesterday, won his opening couple of matches.
57.
It looked like at a stage he could well be the runaway lead with the group. It didn't quite work out towards the end of the day for him, but there'll be plenty of signs of encouragement for him.
123.
Most definitely. Debut day was very impressive. And to see debutants just
96.
losing out a little bit more towards the end of a debut day, it's not a surprise. That's what we saw from Dean Finn on Monday when he was having his first day here.
180.
It is not David's first day here, of course, or his first week. So we should expect a little bit more from him.
125.
But this is last chance saloon for everybody today on Friday. If you don't perform today, you are not going to make Saturday to join Alex Spellman.
55.
Well, it all comes down to this. A week's worth of work culminates. And we're actually only halfway through what is a bumper week here at
45.
the
David, you require
Live Lounge in
143.
Portsmouth. On top of this, we'll have the WADC Tour Finals. We'll tell you more about that as the afternoon and the evening develops. Evans with the first opportunity to win the first leg.
45.
He's got 6 darts against the throw to break James Welding, and he's left himself on a 2-darter after 12.
58. David, you require 98.
Gonna go for it. Too defensive.
79. James, you
And
require
apparently too
120.
aggressive. Doesn't find the mark. But he will come back.
44. David, you require 19.
Well, it's one of those lesser spotted checkouts, 19. 3 for double 8.
3.
Well, they both hogged the wire, but neither
James,
could
you
find a
require
way in.
76.
Bullseye.
51.
He almost does it
David, you
again.
require 16.
Did something like that yesterday. On an 82 checkout.
Game shot on the
But
first
Evans
leg.
does break in
David
19 darts
Evans.
in the first leg of the afternoon. I was impressed with James's interview, I've got to be honest.
Second leg is David to throw first.
He
Game
almost
on.
gave off the same sort of vibe as Tom Sykes was a year ago. So
121.
what I'm trying to do here is to pay James a huge compliment. If he has, over the next 12 months,
59.
the same sort of progression as Sykes, we've got license to be excited about him. You have to start somewhere. And as far as I'm concerned, a year ago when Sykes was here,
100.
we all thought he's promising. Now he's a mainstay and a 2-time weekly champion.
Well, one of the biggest names now we have
80.
at the Super Series, and he's carved that reputation out to his own right. And I've got to give credit to Chris Contop, because before Tom Sykes threw a dart, Chris came up to me
26.
and he said, watch out for this player Tom Sykes is playing later on this week. He's going to be a player you'll remember for a long
58.
time. And boy, was he right.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong. There's another name, just like Welding, that is a second-generation dart player. Because Chris's dad played in PDC darts as well. It is happening more and more
97.
as time goes on.
Well, just like the meeting between the pair yesterday,
100.
it has
David,
not
you
got
require
going at all for James
157.
Welding. Evans won this game 4-1. It was the only win that he picked up on Thursday. And he looks like he's in a comfortable position here. He's got 6 on 157 to back the break-up of
90.
leg 1, with a hold in leg 2, and to put himself in cruise control, put him on to 4 points, and just keep himself on the outside periphery in what is now
44.
effectively
James,
a
you require
7-player
67.
group because of Richard North's withdrawal.
That's the pitfall of going
Yeah.
25 on 65.
59.
In that spot there,
James, you require
I
160.
prefer going away from the 25.
100.
He may just be
David, you
2-0 up
require
anyway.
8.
With a couple of 19 darters. Double 2.
Game shot and the second leg.
This
David
illustrates
Evans.
that there's no difference between a 19 dart leg and a 21 dart leg.
Third leg
They
is
register
James to
different
throw
averages,
first.
but they
Game
give you the
on.
same result.
Well, Matthew Edgar is very insistent on the
65.
fact that when we look at averages, we should be looking at it in the range of visits it takes a player to complete a leg.
Couldn't agree more. You can't accuse Matt of being stupid.
60.
He's one of the most intelligent darts people in this sport. And the line I always go with when speaking to people about averages and how much they lie, there's no difference between a 13 dart leg and a 15 dart leg, even though there's 15 difference in the average. They're both the same result.
140.
Okay, so it looks like this game is starting to get better. We've got our first maximum from James.
96.
Would you classify him as more of a ton and ton 40 shooter as opposed to a maximum hitter?
I think he's what you would call steady. I don't think you'll see, as you
40.
mentioned,
James
a real
require
high scoring from
160.
him, but he'll do enough in legs to keep himself interested. He's left himself at a finish after 9. The finish is 160,
80.
but he has got 6 from here to register his first leg of the match.
Yeah, just to confirm that, James had 3 maximums yesterday. That was equally the least.
140. James, you require 80.
But there were 36 in the session yesterday. That's pretty good. This is tops.
Game
How
shot
has
and
he
the
got
third
that
leg,
pass there?
James Welding.
And he walks to the back of the stage as if, yeah, I just do that
Fourth
all the
leg,
time.
it's David to throw first. Game on.
But he clipped that off the barrel, and he clipped it with conviction. You speak so often about dart behaviour. It's almost as if he knew where the lie of that dart is, and if he could
45.
just find a little ricochet, it'll find a way in, and it did.
I don't necessarily have to understand how it
41.
happens. If he does, that's the most important thing in that situation. He threw that dart without hesitation. It went straight into the target that he wanted.
140.
Say no more.
$28.
One thing he's going to learn today, though, is that you've got to have a feeling of being resolute.
180.
You are going to be hit with shots like that throughout the course of the day. And if you don't get off to a decent start, you're running out of games.
140. David,
And you
require
might not find yourself in the
136.
top 2 in this Group C situation.
Do you have the sense that we're entering a real big passage of play here? Evans really beginning to
96.
go through the gears. He's left himself on a double after 12, doing so on throw, so forcing James Welding here
60.
to do
David,
something
require
good,
40.
to hit something big, and he's unable to do anything of the like. And that's
Game
a
shot
13
and the
dart, so
fourth
that's the
leg,
best leg of the
David
match.
Evans.
David Evans has opened up a 3-1 lead, and James Welding's back is firmly against the wall.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I don't want this to come off condescending to Dave at all,
140.
but this feels like one of his steadiest performances of the entire week. He's had wins, but they've been hard work.
140.
He hasn't won this game yet, but he looks a lot more chilled out.
100.
Well, we saw David earlier on this morning have a practice of the stage before we got underway, and there really was a relaxed demeanour, perhaps a different kind of demeanour than we've seen from him at times this
97.
week. And sometimes it can be as simple as thinking that your opportunity's gone, you can relax and you can free roll, and sometimes when you combine those things, it can bring the best out of yourself, because the pressure's off him today, if the truth be told.
42.
It is of sorts, but if he wins his first couple of games, the pressure will be back on, because he might start to think 12 points might be good enough to get through.
58.
And he's in that position now because Richard North has withdrawn. He's effectively minus 2 points because he didn't
97.
pick up that win against him.
Yeah, that's the only win that Richard North had, and it was in the first game of yesterday's session.
100. James, you require 120.
If Welding doesn't hit this, Evans will have his first chance to win the match.
40.
This now is
David, you
a
require
very good
106.
opportunity to win by 3 legs. Again.
Beautiful first start. One dart is had at double 16.
90.
And that was to
David
win it with a
Wire,
bit of
82.
panache.
Got to go 15s. He's missed that by an inch.
42. David, you require 16.
Evans wants this finished quickly.
This
Game
time,
shot
there's
and
no
the match,
dramas.
David Evans.
This time, David Evans gets over the line, and he gets over the line convincingly. Yesterday was a day where he let big leads slip. Well, that is a big win to kick-start. And for David Evans, that could well be the beginning of a big spurt towards the line. Showing his cheeky, chappy side there as he departs the stage. David Evans walks off a 4-1 winner against James Welding. Tidy enough performance, 87 average, 4 for 12 on the doubles. He'll take that for starters, but for James Welding, who started yesterday so well, he has got work to do from here on in. Coming up after the break, we're going to see a battle of the walkers. Jenson against Lloyd. Only one can run towards the finishing line.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durham. Game, shot, and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. The Dazzler, Bobby George! Game, shot, and
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, David Evans got the better of James Welding by 4 legs to 1. Decent performance and stretch. An average in excess of 87.22. Decent doubling as well, but it may be a stretch if he's to make it through to Saturday night's final. Next up for us, Jenson Walker, the 18-year-old from Coventry, former weekly finalist, takes on Lloyd Walker, the 23-year-old from Portsmouth, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, as you know, Nico, my expertise can sometimes frail in certain spots, but I've got a feeling that Walker might win this match.
First leg, it's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Let's talk about Jenson first and foremost. He's first to toe the hockey in his day yesterday.
134.
If you look at his numbers, the average 85.37, no disgrace in that, but It was the doubling which ultimately let him down.
100.
15 from 52, 28% all told.
He did get enough chances at doubles, didn't he?
60.
However, he's in a very decent position when it comes to progression here
60.
on Friday. 6 points, only 2 behind Raman overnight. 6 points again. Maybe that'll be good enough. It may depend on leg
137.
difference. 8 points today for Jenson. Well,
96.
he is
Jenson, you
incredibly
require
likely to make it
170.
through. This, like the other games today, it's very important.
98.
And he's got to set his own tone from the off.
As for Lloyd Walker,
44.
last minute call
Jenson,
up
you
following the
require
withdrawal of
72.
Richard North. He'll be hoping to upset everyone in the practice room today. But this is a blistering start for
Game start on the
Jenson.
first leg.
Walker
Jenson
is out the
Walker.
traps and out the tracks quickly. A 14 darter to kickstart his day. 1-0
Second
to
leg
the
is
good.
Lloyd to throw first.
But for
Game
Lloyd,
on.
well, the story as far as his day is concerned, woke up at the B of the bang as the
134.
sun rose to head off to the site, the building site in Winchester, where he's currently working at. And then he got a phone call
57.
around about 10 o'clock this morning to say that Richard North has withdrawn. Would he like to play at the Super Series today? After a
140.
couple of conversations with the gaffer, he's able to oblige. Had to drive all the way back from Winchester to Portsmouth. Get ready for darts.
85.
And then he was in the building at around about 12 o'clock. This, a dictionary definition of a free hit for him.
97.
I'm trying to think what his dart shirt is reminding me of.
140. Lloyd, you require 130. $94.
Very tidy. Like I said earlier, he's not been invited off the bench today just because he's local.
85. Lloyd, you require 36.
It's because he's good. You don't leave 36 after 12 if you can't play darts.
Game
and that is a
start on the
14
second
darter.
leg. Lloyd Walker.
Very, very good. He could cause trouble today.
There is a
leg
mathematical
is
possibility
Jenson to
he
throw
can
first.
qualify
Game
for
on.
finals night tomorrow. First things first, he's going to have to win all 5 games. It's as simple as that, and then hope for other things to happen. But for
58.
him, he can almost look at today as almost a ladder opportunity. Every game he wins, he can progress further up the table and effectively earn free money.
60.
I figured it out. What that shirt reminds me of. It's the Los Angeles Lakers.
134.
Take the pink away, anyway.
100.
He doesn't mess around. And he's following the Brian Raman trend of hairstyles like Gordon Gekko from Wall Street.
99.
I think that's due a comeback, isn't it? That kind of hairstyle, the old slick back.
It's all about the mullet these days.
96.
Well, for the Lakers to the Lakeside, where Jenson Walker is going to be the #1 seed for the boys' competition next month. He will
140.
go off probably as the favourite to win that particular competition. It'll be some way to end his youth career. It's going to be the last
140.
WDF boys tournament be
Jenson
eligible
requires
to play
70.
in. Be some full circle moment. This to be some finish.
That
Game
is so
start on the third
impressive.
leg. Jenson Walker.
He wasn't comfortable before throwing dart 3, so he steps back, he resets, and then he hits it.
Fourth leg is Lloyd to throw first.
He's only 18,
Game on.
but that was brilliant composure.
140.
So the next step for Jenson, it is constant development tour for probably the next 4 or 5
100.
years. Who's to say that he doesn't go on to get a tour card or something like that? But
96.
at this early stage, it will be very beneficial for his development if he's on the development tour for the next 5 seasons.
121.
And throughout that period, he will stop growing. And he'll have a chance to figure out what kind of player he wants to be for the next couple of decades.
95.
Well, different players develop at different rates, and for Jenson, it's been such an attainable climb. And
60.
because it's been so
Lloyd, you require
attainable for so long, you
170.
feel like you see incremental improvements every time you watch him. And one thing I think that's very strong, I think we mentioned it yesterday, is
56.
for somebody of such a tender age, he is as bright as a button. And I'm not just saying that because his name's Jenson.
140. Lloyd, you require
I
114.
didn't even catch that. Ouch.
15 scored. $42.
Lloyd might
Jenson,
find
you
himself
require
3-1
80.
down. This has been a very competitive match, played at a very high level. It's double 10.
Yeah.
Again, he steps away. And again, the right thing to do.
60. Lloyd, you require 72.
You feel to stay in this contest, he's going to need to find this. Double 3.
Game shot and the
Bravo.
fourth leg, Lloyd Walker.
Great shot from Lloyd.
Well, this is a great game, isn't it? Walker 2,
Fifth leg is
Walker
Jenson to
2.
throw first. Game
I
on.
realised what I said then as soon as I said Jenson's name first.
I thought there was an echo in here.
60.
I didn't realise we commentated in a cave.
I don't know, our previous one felt a little bit like one, didn't it?
100.
I've commentated some weird places. Don't even get me started on Leicester last week.
95.
Was it you or Chris Mason that were in Bridlington that time and you were stuck in that little like kitchen
100.
type room?
That was Mace. I'll let him tell that story.
We can find out next week.
96.
Jenson is 250 points away from getting the lead back. But he could have been 250 points away from victory had he taken that double 10 in the fourth leg.
140.
I don't know about you, Henry, but the thing that impresses me the most about Walker, Lloyd that is,
100. Lloyd, you require
it's how
161.
close he gets his darts together. Longer point gives him that ability.
45. Jenson, you require 150.
I've got to say, this as well is a much improved version of Lloyd compared to maybe what we've seen from him at times in the past. And I think it's very difficult to analyse Lloyd because he's literally had a call up a couple of hours ago. So the only prep he would have been doing was what he was ticking over in local competition.
57 needed.
$98.
Does Jenson take
you
the
require
lead?
16.
Or does he give Lloyd a shot?
Game shot.
That's a
and the
great
fifth
hit.
leg, Jenson Walker.
He's holding on to this lead. But only just.
Sixth leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
You don't see many people called Lloyd anymore with the first name, do you? It's one of those names that is almost
60.
dying out. There aren't many Garys left. People don't call their sons Gary anymore. I was reading an article about it.
177.
It actually had its own hashtag. Save the Garys.
Don't get any more Nigels
60.
either.
Yeah, old school names. But then again, the girls are starting to get more
58.
Esthers and the old school names from the Great War. That kind of time.
140.
Maybe it's a time where the old school guys' names are going to make a turnaround. More Garys and more Lloyds and more Clives and Cliffs.
96.
Well, I tell you what, if I have a son, I'll name it Nigel, just for you.
You're all heart.
140. Jenson, you require
Well,
170.
Walker looking to finish with the fish. Jenson, that is, anyway. He's looking to go full turbo towards the finishing line, but he's had a
80.
bounce out with dart
Lloyd, you
2.
require 101.
That was very close to sticking in that second dart. Double 18.
65.
He's had a chance.
Jenson, you require 90.
This is now an opportunity for Jenson to get his way onto 8 points.
Well, he's recovering from the bounce out, but the double 15 goes inside.
78.
And Lloyd Walker
Lloyd, you
pulls his
require
socks up
36.
ahead of an attempt at double 18 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And it was a session where a lot of games went deep yesterday.
No score.
But Lloyd, by a margin, has missed 3 to make it 3-3.
Jenson, you require 12.
You can't envisage that Jenson's going to miss this opportunity. It's such a big one to be joint top after his first round of the day.
Game shot.
And Jenson
and the
Walker
match.
is
Jenson
full
Walker.
speed ahead. A 4-2 victory with a superb performance against Lloyd Walker, who got a phone call only at 10 o'clock this morning to play today. Well, no ring bust from him. And for the interceptor, he is looking to intercept the top 2. That is a superb way to start. An average in excess of 94, 40% on the doubles. Jenson is up and running. Coming up after the break, Dean Finn takes on the table topper overnight, Brian Raman, who become the first player onto double figures in this group.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
him.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Take off the 7 now, sure. And he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggle today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the Battle of the Walkers, it was Jenson who prevailed 4-2 against Lloyd in a high-quality contest. Jenson averaging 94.02, 4 from 10 on his doubles, and he moves on to 8 points. Our third game sees the overnight table topper Brian Raman in action. He takes on Dean Finn, the debutant from Waterford in the Republic of Ireland, 26 years of age, debutant having won the ADC Irish qualifier to play here at the Super Series, taking on the 28-year-old from Antwerp in Belgium, Brian Raman, former weekly finalist. Perhaps the biggest surprise is this is his 4th appearance here, and he's looking for only a second finals night. When he left us at the end of 2021, when it was the then Live League, he was the WDF World #1. He got through to the quarterfinals of Lakeside that year.
Dean to throw
He's
first.
returned to
Gamer.
this side of the sport after losing his tour card at the end of 2023 hasn't quite been as harmonious as he'd hoped. Okay, there's been some mitigation in terms of surgery and injury. But now as the year draws to a close, he's hoping to rediscover his best. And at times this week, there has been signs.
Yeah, there have been signs. And this is a fair barometer for Brian Raman to figure out where he is at the minute. He's up against some good players this week.
100.
If he can make Saturday again, that for me is a good indication of where he's going.
40.
Winning this week would be a bonus. But the way he thinks, he wants everything to happen right now. He needs to be someone who succeeds.
60.
Failure is not an option for Brian.
100.
He doesn't fail there.
Dean, you've got 161.
This is going to be another swift game. Their 5th game of the week, and possibly their last.
Well, Dean had a 161 yesterday. He hit it when his opponent wasn't on a finish. But he's decided to pay Brian Raman the ultimate compliment to set up for tops after 12. Perhaps that was a wise decision because Raman has left himself in similar situ after a dozen darts.
Game shot and the
What
first
a
leg,
start
Dean
that is.
Finn.
13 darter, a maximum in there. Doesn't get much better than that.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Average of nearly 86 yesterday for Dean. His doubles were down on what he's done all week long.
140.
So as long as he gets 55 chances again today, and he's a bit sharper, he's got a fabulous chance of making the top 2. And if he makes Saturday night,
60.
he will be difficult to get rid of.
100.
Alex Spellman, perhaps not surprisingly, when I had a look at the odds at the beginning of play today, the big favourite, 5-2 with the bookies to lift a first Super Series title.
97.
But we have seen in the past with him some fallibilities when it's come to Saturday nights. And one thing we have seen in
100.
the last series or so is a player really get on a roll in Group C and translate that form into a Saturday night.
$81.
That's extremely fair.
161. $105.
I love that player. It's exactly what you need to do when your opponent is not on a finish. And arguably, you do the same thing when your opponent is on a finish.
99. Brian, you require 56.
Well, the previous leg he left himself for a single to double after 12. He didn't get a poke. This time he does.
52.
But he's unable to get double
Dean, you
4,
require
double 2.
164.
And he's left Dean Finn here 164 for a 2-love lead.
As much as I appreciate the 105 to leave 56, I don't like going for the treble on 56. Because if you find yourself on
92.
double
Brian, you
2,
require 4.
it's because you've cornered yourself by hitting too much of a shot on dart 1.
And he's cornered himself here. But he's
Game
managed
shot
to
and the
find a
second
way
leg,
through
Brian
and level this
Raman.
contest up at 1 apiece.
Let's try and figure this out, Henry. Because if you've got 56,
Third leg,
and
it's
call me
Dean
a
to throw
traditionalist
first.
if you wish,
Game on.
why would you want to leave double 4 instead of tops? I know there are people out there who don't like double top
180.
and don't like double 10. So maybe that's the only reason why he would go for the treble.
125.
And this whole business of I want to focus on a smaller target and I don't want to be lazy on the single, it's absolute poppycock. People who say that, have a word with yourself.
140.
It makes no sense to me at all, especially under pressure.
100.
But this really is a high-octane contest. Dean Finn again with another real good leg on throw. Went 5 deep into the 9.
55.
But he hasn't left himself on a 2-darter after 3 visits. And he's in a precarious situation where if a man can hit a couple of trebles, his leg just
92.
becomes a bit
Dean,
more
you require
interesting again. But
126.
by only finding 1, the Irishman has 6 to re-establish his lead.
56.
We'll press pause on that possibility for now.
60.
Trebleless
Dean, you
visit
require
is not what
70.
Raman needed right there. He needed to get into the same vicinity as Dean, who will be looking at tops again.
30. Brian, you require 124.
Well, the standard of this game has been simple. You have to leave yourself on a 2-darter after 12 darts. But Raman could hit the 1-2-4 here, but that
91.
dart at the ball
Dean, you
was
require 40.
flicked through the right wrist and flicked low.
Yeah, that was a bad dart. The release was all wrong.
Game shot.
And that
the
one's all
third
right.
leg, Dean Finn.
So far,
Fourth
so
leg is
good in this
Brian to throw
contest.
first.
Dean
Game
averaging
on.
95.5. Brian Raman's averaging in excess of 97.
92.
If I may, Henry, I think the two biggest tests of today, they come with Evans and they come with Brian. Brian, from the start, is protecting the lead in the table
134.
like he did on Wednesday. How does he respond after what happened 2 days ago? And what happens if
59.
Evans is 3-0 up today? They're the two tests that I think we would really like to see.
Does the first game, even though he's top of the table, because of what happened on Wednesday, feel so vital for Brian?
140.
It depends how he looks at it. Because if he loses to Finn, he can still lead the
60.
table, but he will feel the same sort of energy as Wednesday when everybody has caught him after round one. Raman's got Jenson Walker
98.
to finish his schedule today. He's got Welding in game 10. And he's got Lloyd Walker in round number 3. He's got Evans in game 5.
Dean, you require 129.
He cannot rest at any point today. He's got to be sharp for the next 4 or 5 hours.
For the break and a 3-1 lead, he has got 6 of this 1-2-9, and he's going to need all 6 to
89.
establish a 2-leg gap. And once again, he leaves himself on a double after 12. He had a 13-darter in the first leg of the
39. Dean, you require
contest.
40.
He could well have a 13-darter here to stretch 2 clear.
What's he thinking here? For a minute,
30.
or
Brian,
should
you
I say
require
a moment, he
136.
was thinking about busting that. That would have been 2
Dean,
treble
you
18s for
require
double
10.
14.
The Connor Scut routes
Game
of
shot
leaving a
and the fourth leg,
double
Dean
towards the
Finn.
side of the board. But Dean Finn with the breaker throw has opened up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
Fifth
A
leg is
pained
Dean to throw
expression
first.
across the face
Game
of
on.
Brian Raman. And it could be a painful situation in the table if Dean Finn can run this game off and run it off big. Because if he does win this game, Dean, then he will move top of the table above Brian
45.
Raman following the first round of fixtures of the day. It will suck the Riddler back in.
100.
We will have 3 players on 8 points.
And with Welding on 6. And he's got Lloyd Walker next. We could have 4 players on 8 points. What a table we could have
45.
in the middle of today's itinerary.
100.
I sincerely hope that when Brian turned up today, he knows exactly what went right yesterday. Because if he didn't, he's turned up today with hope. You don't turn up with hope. In the words of Andy Dufresne, hope is a dangerous thing. Or was it?
39.
It was his friend Red who said that. Yeah, it was. Shawshank Redemption quote. Anyway, you turn up with hope.
100.
You're hoping you will play well, but if you know what went right yesterday, you will replicate it.
That was on the TV the other day.
134.
It should be. It's the greatest movie ever made.
We've actually got a poster of that film
60.
in our house somewhere.
Have you ever thrown a rock through it?
There's like some kind of Narnia's cave through the middle.
Hope it doesn't lead to a sewer.
140. Brian, you require
Swiftly moving on.
141.
Raman 141 to bring it back to 3-2, unable to get. And so Dean Finn here
60.
looking at 98
Dean, you require
for a
98.
4-1 win. A win which should be good enough because of the margin to send him to the top of the table. We'll put Raman back down in P2 and it'll mean a 3-way tie at the top of the table. And it's Dean
Game's up.
Finn who
And
now
the match,
has the
Dean
ascendancy, who now holds the cards in this Group C. A heavy win for him has put it to the summit, but for Brian Raman, it's a disastrous start to the day. The game played in good spirit. These two have become good friends over the course of the last 5 days, but it's Dean Finn who takes the spoils in this encounter, doing so with an average of 92.39, 40% when it came to the doubles. He just had that bit too much, if the truth be told, in that game against the Belgian. So that's the first round of fixtures completed on this Friday afternoon. When we return, we're going to see Lloyd Walker in action. He takes on James Welding, who's in need of a result.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures have been completed. Before the break, Dean Finn got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1, which means there's 3 players tied at the top on 8 points now. Because of the withdrawal of Richard North, it is a 7-player Group C this afternoon. Lloyd Walker coming in as a late replacement. So there may be certain parts of the table that are a little bit more skewed than usual, but we will dot the I's and cross the T's for you. The important thing is it is still just 2 players that have progressed their way through, and we have 3 players tied at the top on 8 points. It's going to be a dramatic day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our 4th match sees Lloyd Walker play his 2nd game of the day. He takes on James Welding, who now is in need of results. If he wins this game, 4 players tied on 8. If he loses it, you feel like even at this early stage, his race could be close to being run. First things first, sort out whose water's which. We've had that gate before, haven't we, on a couple of occasions?
That game's got a bit of a ring to it. Sort out whose water's which. That is not the kind of thing you want to say 5 times in a row after a Saturday night out.
We won't be talking about water after a Saturday night out, let's be honest.
First leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
Oh, this is an intriguing contest. But with all due respect to Lloyd, who was competitive in his first game today against Jenson Walker,
97.
this is all about what James can do. He cannot
140.
play to the same level that he did in game 1. If he does, he will risk losing to Lloyd.
180.
And that is Lloyd's first maximum on this stage here this week.
I've actually been informed that of all the players in this group, the only one that Lloyd Walker
139.
has played before is James Welding. That was at ADC Vault, or at the ADC Vault.
131.
What a great start to this game.
95. Lloyd, you require 93.
Double 18.
57.
He's missed that
James,
double
you require
18 5 times
127.
by that distance. I think he recognises it as well.
59. Lloyd, you require
Got to find a better
36.
sweet spot in the northeast corner. There it
Game
is.
shot on the first leg, Lloyd Walker.
If you want a little bit of evidence as to how quick Lloyd is,
Second leg, it's
that
James
leg
to throw first. Game
took
on.
72 seconds.
60.
I've seen some dart players around the world and from previous
140.
generations throw 3 darts in 72 seconds. Like Terry Down or Davis
140.
Schneider.
Let's not talk about slow players, Nico.
60.
We don't have to this afternoon with these guys. They're all swift.
Quick fire brilliance here at the Super
57.
Series.
Look at that.
180.
The leash is off, and Lloyd might just be the leader in this game.
140.
Well, this has been an
you got?
incredible start.
121.
Remember, he had absolutely no preparation for today's action. Bullseye.
96. James
Well,
Yukai, 104.
It was a decent attempt at it. The line was just a little bit off.
64.
And Welding misses a dart
Lloyd, you
there at
require
tops to get back
25.
level. What a start.
13 left. Has to go next door to the 5. Or that for double 6. That'll do.
Game shot and the second leg, Lloyd Walker.
This is trouble now for James. But if I may, you talked about lack
Third
of
leg is
preparation
Lloyd to throw first.
Lloyd.
Game on.
You know a lot of these local players. They're always active. It's not as if they're having
76.
3-4 months off local darts. They play year round. So they're playing once or twice a week, every week.
85.
They're always putting in reps. What Lloyd is he's a fabulous representation
60.
of what a local player can do. Really good level, up against great players locally,
58.
and isn't necessarily afraid of anybody he plays. He's got a level that can trouble a lot of people here under this roof.
It's a great example of what you can do in
96.
this game, as you rightly mentioned. And I think he's a player himself. And as you mentioned, he's played a lot locally. And
58.
I tend to sometimes go around and scout a bit of local stuff. And somebody who comes across very impressionable and very eager to learn. And
125.
maybe originally didn't quite know where his level is at. But the more he's played in things like the Dev Tour, the more he's playing in other tournaments, he's learning what his level is and where he
Lloyd, you
can
got
get to in
144.
terms of the game. Still works full time, but has a very accommodating boss, as we've learnt very much this morning.
And he was also part of the construction of this place.
74. James, you require 160.
Another. And will it be another leg for
125.
Lloyd?
You require 70.
It's going to be tops. And
Game
it's
shot and the
3-0.
third leg, Lloyd Walker.
How good is this? Average is nearly 96.
James
Fourth
Welding
leg,
is
James
playing
to
the
play
best
first.
he has
Game on.
played on this stage, and he is getting dismantled here.
134.
Yeah, just one more thing on Lloyd being part of the construction of this place. There were many
57.
tradespeople involved in putting all of this together who were darts people. Darts is a community. If you wanted to build a house
57.
in Hampshire or the surrounding counties and you only wanted to use people who are in the darts community, you could. That's how this sport
83.
works. If you need an electrician, a plumber, a builder, a bricklayer, we could find everything in
96.
this sport. We judge them on what they do on the dartboard, but we can also give them a grade based on what they do off it.
100.
I actually played against Lloyd in a test game on the stage to check the lights, the oki,
100.
the background colours. Everything was tested. And when we say this is a great throw, we mean it because it was constructed by
91.
dart players.
James Yukar, 114.
So what you're saying is that leak I've got in the kitchen, Lloyd may be able to sort out. Tops are Welding. 114.
James leg, James
Back to
Welding.
3-1. That's the first Tub Plus checkout of the day.
This is the kind of game we were getting
Fifth
last
leg
night.
is Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure what trade Lloyd is in, by the way. You'll have to ask him.
100.
Well, I've just been told in my ear that he's a brickie, so maybe I won't ask for him to sort my sink out.
Yeah, probably not the best plan.
100.
Ask Darren Webster. He can do everything. Did you ever hear the story about when he was bored one weekend? He wasn't playing
96.
darts and he just said, oh, I'll rip the bathroom out and refit it. And he did everything.
We shouldn't really talk
97.
about dart players and refitting bathrooms because there's a story about Aaron Monk that springs to mind.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
However, probably for the
58.
sake of me keeping my job, I best not tell it on this broadcast.
$58.
The trebles have dried up just a little bit, but Lloyd is very close to victory here to put James very much
59.
on the back
Lloyd
foot.
require 146.
And he could even be caught by David Evans in the next game.
And as we mentioned for Lloyd, it's about picking up as many points and pinching as much money from pockets
60.
as possible. If he wins this game 4-1, then James Welding is very much on his radar.
That's a good point.
96. Lloyd, you require 86.
2 more darts to be a 4-1 winner.
Well, his average was just underneath the 90 mark in his game against Jenson.
46.
If he pinned that tops,
James,
it
you
would have
require
been an average over
152.
90 to 1. Welding's got one more opportunity to save the game. He's already had a 114. The 152 isn't going
Lloyd,
to
you
follow
require
it.
40.
And this could finish it. Two tens.
Game
And
shot,
eventually
and the match,
over the
Lloyd
line, Lloyd
Walker.
Walker is a 4-1 victor against James Welding. Another excellent performance. That time the average 87 and a half. He's having a chat with the referee, George Baker, about something called jovial in the end. Considering he wasn't meant to be playing today, he's acquitted himself very well. For James Welding, things are just beginning to go awry. And in matter of fact, in the 2 games he's played today, Lloyd Walker has posted his top 2 averages here at the Super Series. Coming up after the break, it's David Evans up against Brian Raman.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. We're on youth champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. back-to-back 140s. Sliding leg on 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Yeah, you shot the
Absolutely
first leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to what has been a quick fire afternoon here at the Modus Super Series. We've played for the best part of an hour here and we've completed 4 matches. Our 5th match sees Brian Raman and David Evans go toe-to-toe. If you like your darts of a quick fire variety, we've got another game of that similar caliber here. For David, well, he's looking for his 2nd win from 2. In fact, his 3rd win on the spin if you include that win at the end of yesterday's session. He beat James Welding by 4 legs to 1, while so Brian Raman, he comes into this match on the back of a 4-1 defeat to the Irishman Dean Finn. And for the first time, really, since the table has become established in this group seat, as Brian Raman finds himself in a precarious situation.
Game on.
He's on 8 points still. 2nd at the table. Win here would put him onto 10 points. And importantly, the next game is a meeting between Jenson Walker
59.
and Dean Finn. So if he wins this game, he finds himself in a very good suit. But if he loses this game, then he could find himself in a little bit of trouble.
100.
There's already a difference between Friday and Wednesday, though. It hasn't been an ideal start for Brian, but on Wednesday, everything went against him. That win for Lloyd
59.
Walker actually was a good one for him because it kept Welding at 6. Now,
57.
he has to affect his own fortune by jumping to 10 points at Dave's expense and keeping Evans out of the race.
100.
We have seen before players have really good first days.
140.
Lose the first one's not a disaster, but if they lose their 2nd game, that is when the collywobbles could really begin to set in.
41. 100.
Did have a couple of darts in his previous match that were released somewhat strangely.
58.
I wouldn't be surprised that
104.
at the end of that game, Brian went straight back to the practice board just to put it right.
88.
It already
David,
looks
you require
better.
180. Sorry.
One of them moments, we've all been there.
He's good, but he's not that good. I think Dave needed that, you know. I don't think he's going to win this leg. But on the stage this week, there's been a lot of tension for Stretch. And that was a little moment of levity.
Admittedly, we have been doing some quad board challenges where you can check out 184.
Game shot on the first leg.
Finds
Raman.
the simple double 8, clipped off the barrel. In it goes. He gets the break. A comical moment. Everybody's seeing the light side of it. But importantly, Raman leads 1-0.
I'll tell you what they were laughing about there. Dave had a really good view of that double 8.
45.
That second dart was going nowhere near that double 8 if it wasn't for the first one. It just clasped it and said, come in here. If you watch it in slow motion, that second dart's probably missing by a good 2 centimetres if it wasn't for the previous flight.
It was like a volley inside the penalty area, which comes off a defender and into the back of the net.
They all count.
80.
Scoreline's the only thing that matters. How you get to that scoreline is somewhat irrelevant. David
60.
Evans will attest to that after the day he's had yesterday, after squandering a couple of 3-0 leads. Doesn't matter how you get the points on the board as long as you do.
140.
And Raman, as you mentioned, looks as if he's atoned for what's happened in match 1. He didn't really play bad. Dean Finn was just that bit better than him. But he looks so much more controlled, doesn't he, than perhaps
57.
he was on Wednesday morning.
Here's how it works. If you put yourself
95.
into a new situation and you feel nervous, you ride the wave. You just go through it and you learn from what you're feeling. The next time you do it, you should feel a little bit more at ease with the situation. But the trick is
99.
to
Brian,
constantly put
141.
yourself in those pressure situations so that you're more in tune with what you need to do
95.
when the pressure is there. That's what a lot of these players have done in the past, particularly these two. They've been doing it for years.
Well, the Belgian's left himself on 46, a single to double combo to double his advantage.
99. Brian, you require
Evans seemingly
46.
just a score behind in this contest. He could find himself 2 behind in this contest.
14.
But Raman has
David,
missed
you
a couple of
require
double
89.
16, and Evans will get his chance to equalise.
Easy for me to say, but Brian should have gone the other side of the hockey for that last shot. Double 5. Wow. Oh, no.
Score.
That's a wide.
Brian, you require 32.
This for 2-0.
And the levity seems to have disappeared. There. That's better. Go to the right-hand side.
No score.
Seriously.
David, you require 89.
He was more likely to hit it from the right, but he didn't.
And because of the burst with the last dart, Evans has to go back to the start again. This time it's the bull.
64.
Well, the
Brian, you
line was
require
off
32.
kilter, even if the length was quite good. But Raman is butchering this leg, butchering opportunities at a double.
Game shot on the second
with
leg.
possibly the
Brian
hardest
Raman.
dart he had at a double in this leg, he has won it.
Took the words right out of my
Third
mouth.
leg, it's David to throw first.
That was the most difficult
Game
shot he had
on.
at double 16. He can't believe it.
He's just had a little grimace as he heads back to the stage. A real
80.
cheeky smile. He knew how difficult that shot was. And that's almost one of those where you throw with a bit of muscle memory and you're kind of more hoping than expecting it goes in.
59.
It very much depends on how much you practice shots like that. Because you should. There are drills that you can do to practice shots like that. And if you don't,
60.
you are hoping it goes in. But if you practice it, you're more likely to find it.
92.
Well, by hitting that triple 18 there, Brian Raman has left himself on 350, which is the biggest combination you can hit in 6.
Do you think that's an accident, though?
140.
Nothing he does is an accident. That is not even elite level counting. That's beyond elite level counting.
Yeah, that's
56.
that's A+ from counting school. That is really good. You would rather leave 350 than 347.
140.
Because if you get the maximum, 167 is harder than 170. He knows this.
134. David, you require 81.
Well, there's to half the gap. But he's going to have to find a break at some point, David Evans. He's going to have to find the ball here. But he's not finding a way
50. Brian, you require 160.
to situate himself anywhere near that target right now.
He's missed 2 bulls now. A stretch. Conceivably,
73.
he could
David, you require
be
31.
2-1 up. Double 8. Now he could be 3-0 down.
87.
Raman is getting opportunities. Double 5 for him. And he doesn't miss it.
On the third leg, Brian Raman.
In control and in command.
Fourth leg is Brian to throw first.
David
Game
Evans
up.
has squandered 5 opportunities that are doubling, colluding a couple at the bull. And Raman has pinched his
60.
pocket in that leg. He leads 3-0 and now has the darts to move on to 10 points and to put himself back in the box seat.
60.
Now there's a chance for David to feel the other side of what he felt yesterday. Twice.
58.
Imagine if he was to win from this position. It doesn't necessarily feel likely. But then again,
57.
when he was playing Dean Finn yesterday, we didn't think that Dean would win from 3-0 down.
100.
All of a sudden, at 3-0 down, the facial expressions
100.
and the actions of David are just starting to microscopically become more negative. Maybe he's got a point.
140.
Because Raman is about as relaxed as a boiled noodle.
He hasn't had to do anything special to win this contest. He has just been doing enough. But enough may not be good enough as David Evans hits a blind maxi.
Where did that come from? He's not that kind of player.
Well, that was something straight out of the Raman playbook.
63.
And the irony is that may help him en route to winning this leg and keep this match alive.
Darts like that won't. Darts like that might.
84.
This could be the end
Brian, you
of
require
Evans'
80.
charge here in week 9.
Tops for the match. Tops for 10 points.
60. David, you
Just
require
goes
20.
low. It's a well-thrown dart. Just lost the line somewhat. Evans has got to move back into this match. But he has to find double 10 and he has to shuffle across. And he
Game shot on
does
the fourth
both.
leg,
And
David
he
Evans.
is still hanging in there. And if anybody
Fifth leg is
knows
David to throw first.
that comebacks
Game
from
up.
3-0 are possible, it will be that man. Because twice this week he has led 3-0 in a match and he's let that lead slip. And maybe there might just be a divine dart in irony that he himself
180.
will come back from the brink to taste victory.
57.
You have to say he's upped it here.
Yes or no? Does he do it?
No.
92.
He sounded like a pilot there.
59.
Back in 2018, Dave Evans won his very first
140.
Challenge Tour event. He'd go on to win 2 more in 2020, resulting in a tour card via the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
80. David, you require 89.
to his merit, he is still in this game. One dart at tops for Raman could have sent him to defeat.
49.
Evans gets that tops that he's left. And the game is very much alive.
139. David, you require 40.
Tops after 12 to reduce the gap back down to 1. Double 10. It's what you want the last leg on. But now he's chasing 5s.
Game
Clutch.
shot in the 5th leg. David
Absolutely
Evans.
clutch. Last dart in hand with his opponent breathing down to win the contest.
6th leg, it's Brian to throw first.
And he is
Game
forced
up.
Raman to serve it out. Forcing him to do his job on his own throw. And he kicks off with a maximum.
Here we go again.
125.
The second Challenger event that Dave
98.
ever won, he beat Richie Burnett in the final. And next week, Richie's going to be here. I know what you're going to say. You can't wait for it, can you?
25.
The Johan Brouwer, Richie Burnett trilogy that will be happening between Monday and Wednesday next week. Yeah, you don't want to miss that.
Yeah, I'm not here next week, but I will be watching
97.
that somewhere on my phone.
Somewhere on your phone. How big is your phone?
Not that big, but with my little hands, it's perfectly
140.
fine.
Brian, you require 126.
For the match, for 10 points, Brian Raman looking at 126 and unable to get him, but he
94.
has left himself on a double after 12.
And there's nothing Dave can do about it. Absolutely nothing.
$101. Brian, you require 32.
Well, this to stem the tide. He lost his first match. But Brian
Game
Raman
shot
has
and the match.
bounced back.
Brian Raman.
He moves on to 10 points, the first player to do so. He had to survive a spirited comeback from David Evans, who from 3-0 down, forced Raman to serve it out and to take a 4-2 victory. It looks as if David's having an interview with Brian at the end of that match. Don't you even dare think about taking my job, David. 4-2, Raman wins that contest coming up after the break. A real big game now in the race for the top of the table. Dean Finn and Jenson Walker have seen the Belgian move on to 10 points. The victor of this match will also move on to that mark.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson protect himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do, a double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a breaker throw. Steve West gets full 20. Stops for the match. Starts with fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We're about to begin our 6th game of the afternoon session, and it's a crucial clash between Dean Finn and Jenson Walker. Both of these two are on 8 points. The winner will move on to 10, level with Raman, who has taken top spot in the group once more. He returns to the summit following a 4-2 win against David Evans in our 5th match of the afternoon session. We really have seen some quick-fire brilliance on this Friday here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. And for the winner of this one, they put themselves in a real good suit for the rest of the day. The loser of this match will have work to do in the final 3 rounds worth of play.
Yes, they will. It's all about keeping pace, and when you're wearing a dart shirt that has a checkered flag on
First
it,
leg, it's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
you can't get the checkered flag unless you're in contention going into the last lap.
58.
And of course, unlike Formula 1, you have to do the job yourself. You can't just have a safety car turn up and then the rules suddenly change in your favour.
Maybe that's what Lloyd Walker is. Maybe he's the safety car today.
100.
That wouldn't be the worst nickname. The safety car. Imagine that.
99.
Well, these two have had a bit of a pit stop since their last games. Dean played in match 3, Jenson played in match 2. So they've had a little bit of time
100.
to get themselves ready for this big contest. The 6th game of the day, the 2nd of each other's day. Both got off to winning starts.
100.
Jenson won the Battle of the Walkers against Lloyd 4-2. Dean getting the better of O'Brien by 4 legs to 1. Both players averaged in excess of 90 in their opening matches, and both for 40% on their doubles as well. They've shown real good
100.
glimpses so far, and the little that we have seen of them. But both will know the significance of the 2 points here.
140.
Correct. Like you said, a really good foundation in round 1. Now they have to use it.
Well, Dean can do the damage really early on here. If he wins this one, he would have beaten both Raman and Walker in his opening couple of matches, and he's left himself at a single to double after 12. He's hoping Walker doesn't take it out, and he can come back to try and get the break
Dean
early on.
31.
Double 12.
Game shot. And
He
the
is
first
not
leg,
putting a foot
Dean
wrong
Finn.
today. That's a 14-dart beginning to this 2nd round match for Dean Finn,
Second leg, it's Dean to
who
throw
has
first.
been
Game
threatening
on.
to do something this week. He's already had 3 days where he's won 3 times out of 5. My line at the end of yesterday's session was this: if he can have his best day of the week on Friday, I believe he will
100.
qualify for Saturday night. And by that I meant to win 4 times out of 5 today.
60.
This kind of standard, it's got a very good chance of doing that.
$100.
What kind of achievement would it be for Dean if he made it through
38.
to the finals on debut?
He'll expect to. But a really good achievement. We've seen plenty of Irish players make Saturday nights a plenty. Kieran Tian's got 2 weekly
97.
titles. Conor Heenahan is one of the record breakers here.
81.
Shane McGurk is one of the mainstays of the Modus Super Series now because he's constantly competitive. Ireland have got a really big footprint in this place. And there's no reason why this guy can't be the best of the bunch.
180.
Well, he's showing really encouraging signs. He's led himself a double 12 after a dozen.
96.
His average early on, 112.
24.
It was a 14 darts with the previous leg. He's looking to better it by one here.
Game
No messing around.
Dean Finn.
He's got form for this. He started his entire
Third
career
leg is Jenson to throw first.
with the Modus Super
Game
Series on debut with 100 average. He's not had one since Monday.
93.
But what he's doing to Jenson at the minute is he's throwing him around. He's playing with him.
And he does have this unassuming air about it,
85.
doesn't he, Dean? And when we say this, we mean this with the greatest respect to the world. He doesn't come onto the stage with a massive aura, but what he will do
134.
is let the darts do the talking, and he'll do things that just makes your life difficult.
$96.
I think I was saying it yesterday. He's got something. It's a safe statement to make because we're not
96.
exactly sure what that something is yet. He's just another dart player that can find really big standards. And we're not really sure where his ceiling is at yet.
100.
But based on what we've seen from him the last few days, I expect to see a lot of him here in the next
44.
12 months. Here's the thing. Is it that inconceivable that he could win this week and come back in early December? I don't think that's too far-fetched.
134. Jenson, you require 134.
Playing at this level, he's got every single chance. And he's also shown in key matches he has got what it takes. Walker decided to go for treble 16 with dart 2 with 80 remaining, 64 remaining, so he will stay around that region, you feel.
86. Dean, you require 86.
Key passage of play. Finn could be on for a third consecutive 14 darter, but he needed to hit the drum with dart 1. He now has a dart at double 7, and a
72.
failure to hit
Jenson, you
has
require
let
48.
Jenson Walker in to bring it back to 2-1.
Fancied that, didn't he? He's
Game
pegged
shot on
back
the third leg.
in
Jenson
perfect
Walker.
style by Jenson Walker. I don't know what to make of this
Fourth
black and
leg
white
is
shirt, you
Dean
know.
to
I
throw
think it's
first.
great, first and
Game up.
foremost. But it reminds me of certain things. It almost looks like the look of a person who likes ska music from the early 80s.
70.
And you probably don't, well, you won't remember this show from the 1980s called Juliet Bravo.
58.
It was about a female police officer. It was a really big show. And she always used to wear the black and white bits with the uniform. It's a somewhat retro but cool shirt.
140.
Of course, a part of the world where Jenson's from, the Midlands, are very, very big in the ska scene back in the
58.
1980s.
You ever heard that phrase? It was a threat when we were kids. If you're not good, we'll send you to Coventry. People used to threaten you with that. There's actually nothing wrong with
61.
Coventry.
He's actually wearing this shirt at your request. I spoke to Jenson this morning.
Is he really?
He said he listened to the commentary yesterday. He said how much you like that shirt. He's decided to wear it for you.
Well, you said you liked it as well. It is a cracker.
180.
In an era where everybody seems to have a dart shirt, this is one of the elite ones.
That's a Dean
96.
Finn. Well, he
Dean,
just
you
does
require
things his
50.
way. He's got his own polo shirt. He's got his own way of playing the game. And he plays it very well.
30.
He has got more time to open up a 3-1 lead He's completely outscored Jenson in this game. The difference in terms of the average is 20 points.
100. Dean, you require 20.
Jenson's playing a really steady game here, but Finn is playing better than steady.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
Yeah,
Dean
this
Finn.
is an average over 100. The doubles are over 40%. We're starting
Fifth
to
leg is
see
Jenson to throw first.
what Dean
Game
Finn
up.
can do as the schedule comes to its climax.
Well, Jenson's putting in one of those
140.
performances, which is decent enough. However, if you've got an extra gear, is probably good enough to win.
I don't know if you've
98.
noticed this, but the first start of Dean in this match has been so special. It makes all the
58.
difference if you get dart 1 right. At times this week, he has struggled dragging darts slightly left. It is something he is working on.
17.
And I had a little word with him about it. And I said, you can't necessarily work on this and expect it to be minimised by the end of the week. It's something that you're going to have to take away with you and work on for your next tournament. This week, you've got to focus on how you're feeling and how you're playing.
135.
And as for his output over the last couple of days, more than acceptable.
Well, for the first time in this game,
64.
Jenson Walker has got breathing space in a leg, has left himself on a ton after 12. Dean Finn is in the periphery for the first time.
Not for long.
Heads down and heads down well,
Jenson,
leaves
you
himself
require
on
100.
114. For this to bring it back to 3-2, but that is the worst start he could have thrown. He was better off having a bounce out than hitting the single one. Can't finish him here, and Dean Finn has an opportunity to finish this match off.
68. Dean, you require 114.
Could be big as well for a leg difference advantage over most of the players in the pursuit.
Tops.
94. Jenson,
That was
you
a match
require
dart.
32.
That was a match chance. That first dart, once again, so perfect. But dart 3 dragged low. It gives Jenson one more opportunity to save this contest. One dart
Game
left in
shot,
hand,
and the fifth
and
leg,
that
Jenson
double
Walker.
16 is found. Clutch when it mattered most. But he's going to have to put his foot to the pedal
leg,
here
it's Dean
because
to throw
Dean
first.
Finn has the
Game
darts to cross the checkered flag.
This young lad's got some bottle. Look how composed he is on the stage at the age of 18.
70.
And the reason why he's this composed at this age is because of everything he's gone through over the last 3 or 4 years
140.
at junior level. He's just another product that has come from the myriad of junior systems where these kids are game ready by the time they're legally allowed to
96.
buy a lottery ticket.
$140.
It's like a Henry Ford assembly line of fine talents that just keep coming through the JDC year upon year.
Boy, did he need that.
180.
He was throwing first at the start of this leg. Walker took the lead. And Finn
41.
takes it
Dean,
back.
you require 155.
And somewhat in the same way as his countryman Finn Balor, he might have to find the demon inside
78.
to make his way through to the WrestleMania of the week, which is going to be tomorrow. 77 points will give him 2 wins from 2.
There was a pained expression on the face of Jenson Walker after last because he
100.
knew he
Dean, you
gave his
require
opponent
77.
6 starts to win this contest. Dean Finn's used up the first 3, and now he's looking at 77 for a 4-2 win and ensure that he has got the better of both Brian Raman and Jenson Walker in his first 2 games. He could be doing a lot of damage early on,
37.
but he has missed a dart,
Jenson, you
another
require
dart
80.
to win this contest.
Tops to hang on once again. This is not an easy shot.
60.
That's why it was difficult.
And for the 3rd time in this game, Dean Finn approaches
Dean,
the
you
board
require
with an
40.
opportunity to win this contest. Stares down Tops. He knows the significance of that dart.
No score.
And he'll know the significance
Jenson,
potentially
you
of that
require
miss.
20.
I didn't think he was going to miss. Not after that first start marker.
Game shot.
And
the
now we
sixth
go
leg,
the distance.
Jenson
I
Walker.
didn't see this coming.
Well, credit has to go where credit's due.
7th and
Jenson
final
Walker,
leg, it's
for
Jenson
3-1
to throw
behind, has
first.
pulled it back
Game
all the
up.
way to a last leg decider. And that's despite averaging 10 points
59.
less than his opponent.
Let's remember as well that Finn was averaging 107 after 2 legs. He's only made a couple of errors in this entire
58.
game. And those errors were not finishing it.
And we do know Jenson has got this proclivity to come
55.
back from deficits. His 3 wins yesterday, he came back from 3-0, 3-1 and 3-2 behind to pick those points up. He has got this real back against the wall mentality that no matter what position
122.
he finds himself in a game, he feels like he can come back out the other side.
Trust me, when it comes to a nation like the Republic of Ireland,
97.
when they have their own sports like Gaelic football and hurling, pound for pound, you have to be some of the most mentally and physically strong people to play those sports.
180.
Genetically and behaviourally, that actually transcribes to other sports like darts.
125. Dean,
And
you
Finn might prove it
141.
once again because he's got 6 darts from here now, and Jenson can't believe that he's left 165.
For the 2nd leg in a row, he's gifted his opponent a free opportunity pretty much to wrap the match up. A free opportunity to set
87.
up. He's left himself on a single to double after 12. That's kind of been the story of Dean Finn's game. Walker chasing again. He can only leave himself handy and hope that his opponent spurns more chances.
133.
Well, he's done the leave it handy part.
Dean, you require
He now hopes
54.
that Dean Finn cannot take this 54 out.
This might just be one of the biggest moments of this entire group. Can he hit tops this time?
Game shot and the match. Dean Finn.
You could hear what it meant. You could hear the significance. And you can now see Dean Finn at the summit of the Group C table. He had to work hard for that. Jenson Walker made him cross the finishing line. He had led 3-1. Walker took us all the way, but Dean Finn crawls over the finishing line eventually. The performance was really good, 96.25. 4 from 14 on his doubles. He has beaten Raman, he has beaten Walker, the 2 top players in the group at the beginning of play alongside him. He has done the damage early on, and for him, it is all about finishing the job off in his final 3 matches. Well, we kick off round 3 with Brian Raman, who has been pretty much at the top of the table since the first dart's been thrown. He takes on perhaps the joker in the pack in Lloyd Walker, who's come in as a last-minute replacement and has played some of the best darts we have seen all day in this Group C. We'll be watching that game, the 7th match of the afternoon session, after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 6 matches on this Friday afternoon, and this is what we've watched. It's been an intriguing afternoon. Lloyd Walker came in as a late replacement for Richard North, and he's acquitted himself very well. He's got a win over James Welding. Brian Raman lost 1 and won 1, but it's Dean Finn that's done the damage so far. 2 wins from 2, and he's the player at the top of the table, and he's beaten the players in 2nd and 3rd position as well. Now, because of that withdrawal of Richard North, we have a 7-player table in this Group C. So Richard down at the bottom in 7th, Lloyd Walker moving up to 6th, Evans 5th, Welding 4th. He's kind of now been cut adrift from Raman and Finn at the top of the table, whilst you feel Jenson Walker has to win his remaining 3 games to stand a chance of qualifying through. So to game 7 we go, and it is Brian Raman up against Lloyd Walker, and it's fair to say that Lloyd is the joker in the pack. We didn't know quite what form he'd be in because he didn't know he was going to be playing today. But so far, so good. And this could be the ultimate match between a player at the top of the table against somebody who could play the role of spoiler.
Most definitely. What a chance this is for Raman. Here in the middle round of play on Friday.
Brian to throw first. Game on.
He could establish a 4-point cushion between himself and Jenson Walker.
60.
And Welding. Going into the last 2 games that everybody will play. This will have the feeling of a semi-final of sorts for Raman. Win this game, you probably have to win 1 more to make sure you're in Saturday night for the 2nd time. And the last time he was in a Saturday night, it didn't go well.
I'm going to mention something straight away. The biggest improvement I have seen in Lloyd Walker today
60.
Is that first dart. Look how perfectly pitched it is. Even that one there, just above the treble, it's something to work with.
60.
He's a good technician. Has a very attractive throw.
60.
You just called Lloyd Walker the Joker.
60.
He is wearing Joker trousers.
He's taken on a man who's got Arkham City on the back of his shirt.
140. Lloyd, you require 160.
You don't want to wind up in Arkham Asylum, trust me. Double top.
140.
So
Brian,
close.
You require 98.
You can breathe, Brian. But he can't find the target.
58.
And Walker is
Lloyd,
off to a
require
flyer,
20.
potentially. Looking for a 2nd consecutive victory.
What a guide. Utilised
in
it
the first
perfectly.
leg,
He's
Lloyd
got the
Walker.
break of Brian Raman. He leads 1-0.
I
Second
remember
leg is Lloyd to throw
a very
first.
famous
Game
day
on.
in Southampton a few years ago. It was in 2021. Jamie Caven
125.
had been playing all week long. He couldn't play on the Friday because he was injured. He had a problem with his shoulder.
100.
In came Jamie Kelling. Jamie was the best player on the Friday, and he only just missed out on qualifying
44.
through Group C after playing 1 day. But after that, people started realising that Jamie Kelling could be someone
97.
who could kick on from that. He has. He's won a title in this building.
41.
What's to say that Lloyd Walker doesn't do something similar to that in the next couple of years? It's not out of the ordinary.
180.
Well, Lloyd nodded his head because he knew as soon as that second one went in, that treble was on a 6-pence, and Raman was going to hit the game's
56.
first max.
Brian, you require
Responded well to
124.
what was a lightning start from Lloyd Walker.
And if I may say so, that maximum from Brian was probably the best we've
85.
seen this week. All 3 in the top left corner.
What I like to call a polo mint max.
Other mints are available. Please ask
41.
Andy Bolton. He's got plenty of them.
Brian, you require 39.
He has. He's got a massive stash.
Still talking about the mints.
Yes. Double 16.
7.
Both on the wire, but neither can find a way in.
94.
The
Brian,
94's
you require
gone.
32.
But is leg 2 gone? Double 9.
14.
Oh no.
Lloyd, you require 100.
What's happening here?
And the way Lloyd's playing, this will be the type of finish that'll suit it because that first start's perfect.
Game
The
shot and the
tops
second
follows,
leg, Lloyd
and he's
Walker.
2-0 up. And Brian Raman now is precariously lurking over his shoulder.
Third leg, it's
He
Brian to
trails
throw
in this
first.
game.
Game on.
And all the headway he made in match 2 could be undone right here
60.
against Lloyd Walker, who shouldn't even be here.
But he is here.
140.
He's actually playing like a player that
140.
knows he's only playing for today. He hasn't got any exterior pressure of making Saturday. He just wants to play 5 games of darts
180.
and cause everybody all sorts of headaches.
All he wants to do is have some fun. And the way Raman's playing, I've got a feeling he's not the only one.
85. Brian, you require 121.
This is turning into a proper game of darts. No shot at the bull. And Walker's already
62.
taken out
Lloyd, you require
102
96.
darts. This is something similar. Double 8. Oh boy,
91.
that came out of a rocket.
Brian, you require 59.
Well, this, a bit of breathing space for Matt. He's missed 5 darts and a double in this match. He's missed another 2,
49.
and it could be 3-0 down.
Lloyd, you require 5.
Lloyd should not be on 5 here, though. Double 1.
No score.
That's why you should never be
Brian,
on
you require
5.
10.
Those shots are difficult.
Well, that single 11 was the first bad dart he's thrown today, and Lloyd ready himself in the background. He knows he shouldn't be on that 5, as you so mentioned. And a
No
man
score.
there almost combusted
require
with dart
5.
3.
Raman is seething. Double 2 this time. That's
Game
a
shot
very
at the
good
third
dart.
leg.
And
Lloyd
3-0 to
Walker.
Walker right now is good news for everybody but Brian.
Fourth leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
Raman shakes his head. He's missed 9 darts and a double in this contest. And credit to Lloyd
100.
Walker. 3-0 to the good. And I'll tell you one other thing. We were talking about that treble 20 hitting. He has got a superb line around that
88.
treble. It's dead centre, and if it's not in, it's there or thereabouts.
43.
I'm not surprised he's called Lightning, because he is lightning quick. He's actually quicker than Brian, and that's saying something.
89.
Well, between him, Lloyd, and Jenson Walker, you have got some real
60.
speeders in this group. James Welding goes at a rat-a-tat pace too.
Very much so.
$140.
That's more like it. Now, if Lloyd was to unravel just a
45.
little bit, maybe it's something that Brian can expose.
96.
And there is a possibility, because Lloyd hasn't been prepped for this tournament, and he has been on the
100.
site since
Brian
early this
require
morning,
88.
that there may be points today where a little bit of tiredness could set in, a little bit of fatigue could set in. Now,
47.
interestingly,
Lloyd, you require
Raman, after the
153.
first start, decided not to chase the bullseye. He thinks Lloyd Walker is not up to the task, and he was correct.
But considering that Brian's missed 9 darts at a double in this match,
84.
with 0 success,
Brian, you require 41.
that makes this shot very difficult.
Game shot.
Having
and the
said
fourth
that,
leg,
he
Brian
seems to be able
Raman.
to hit the hard double 16s and the easier ones, not so.
That southwest
Fifth
side
leg
of the
is
board
Brian to
is
throw
causing
first.
Brian
Game
Raman all
on.
sorts of problems. And look at the vigour in which Lloyd Walker's playing at. He is, I said he was like
41.
a joker in the pack. He's a bit like a jack in the box at the back of the stage. He can't stop moving around like a Duracell battery.
What Duracell batteries do you buy that move?
I meant to say bunny. Meant to say bunny. Bunnies and batteries always get confused.
78.
I'm not asking what you do on Saturday nights, Henry.
58. 100.
Although I do know what you're doing tomorrow. Double darts. WADC Championship Tour finals tomorrow.
140.
And the week 9 finals. After this week, there are only 3 more qualifying weeks this year
92.
at the Modus Super Series.
Even for me, 3 double
92.
session days. There's a lot of darts at the Super Series, but we are all for it.
Something's happening.
Lloyd, you 170.
The chances that Walker's getting are 153s and 170s
60.
now.
Brian,
Raman
you've
is
got
getting
50.
to the end of a leg quicker than Lloyd.
Walker's tailing off. Raman is beginning to speed
start
up.
in the 5th
And
leg.
very,
Brian
very
Raman.
quickly, he is catching up to the coattails of the man from Portsmouth.
6th leg, it's Lloyd
Walker
to throw first.
with the
Game
darts.
on.
To see through this contest, and that first dart is dropping below
58.
a bit more. He is failing to find what was once coming so easy for him.
59.
Things can unravel when you're
45.
3-0 up. We've seen it multiple times this week.
92.
You remember that famous Newcastle game against Arsenal, don't you? Well, they were 4-0 up at half-time and it ended up being a draw. Sport is very unpredictable.
56.
Chetiote's only Premier League goal, wasn't it?
And it was a belter.
Well, I was commentating on a game on Monday,
60.
Fulham against Brentford, when Fulham were 1-0 down going into stoppage time, and Harry Wilson scored twice off the bench to win it.
140.
Get the feeling that the cast of Made in Chelsea would have made sure that Harry Wilson doesn't have to buy a drink for a while.
140.
Is that Miles Nazaire still in Made in Chelsea?
140. Brian, you require
I
150.
really don't know.
Well, Raman's failure to take out the 150 has
56.
given Lloyd Walker an
Lloyd requires
opportunity
62.
to eventually cross the line. He got off to a quick fire start, stalled a little bit in the middle, but now an opportunity to depose
30.
the player at the top of the
Brian, you
group.
require 94.
Everything changes if Raman hits this. And he really has struggled on that
62.
double-double downstairs
Lloyd
this week.
required 32.
It hasn't paid off for him.
And perhaps there could be a divine irony that the double that has caused Brian Raman so much pain in terms of missing is the one that Lloyd Walker wants to win. It'd be for his second win, 8-8. And because his darts stand up and it's gone inside, this could be awkward. Clean target, 4-4. Clean slate for Lloyd Walker.
Lloyd Walker.
A 4-2 win against Brian Raman. A defeat which could be so costly for the Whittler. But a win for Walker, which will help him progress up the table. And points mean prizes for him today. He can't qualify for finals night tomorrow evening, but he can rise up the table as high as he possibly can and pick up some extra pounds. 4-2 the win against the Belgian. Coming up next, it's James Welding up against Jenson Walker.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night so far.
It's quite some going. 26 180s total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Diving Bird at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max of this one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenan.
Conor Heenan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're in the middle of Week 9's Group C. But let's, before we have a look at our 8th game, tell you what's happening next week, because we have a lineup filled with big-name players. 2 players that are going to be tour card holders next year is Sebastian Białecki and Nico Springer. We're going to see Johan Brouwer up against Richie Burnett with Reece Robinson in there as well. Sign me up. Tommy Lishman's back. Neil Duff's back. We're also going to see a bit of Adrian Gray and David Davies. That should be fun. It's 9:30 Monday morning on the Super Series YouTube channel to watch that exciting Week 10 action take place. But we're at the midway point of our Friday afternoon session here in Week 9. Before the break, we saw Lloyd Walker get a 4-2 win against Brian Raman. It's halted the charge of the Riddler, and it has opened up the door of opportunity for Jenson Walker here, who takes on James Welding, for whom today has not worked out one bit at all. He started the day in 2nd place in the table. He is now slipped down to 4th, and he will be precariously looking over his shoulder. But for Jenson, you feel like this is must win.
Don't forget about the fact that if Welding was to beat Walker, he can actually jump him in the table.
93.
He'd have to do so by a couple of legs. But after everything that's happened today so far, he's still in the reckoning.
96.
Let's go through Welding's remaining fixtures, because he has 3. Jenson here.
58.
He's got Brian Raman in game 10. Now, that's a good thing, because he can restrict the Riddler's amount of points after 9 rounds
58.
in this table. And he will finish against Dean Finn. I think, even though
100.
he's got 2, obviously 3 hard games left, it's worked out pretty well. Because if you're going to have your bad
96.
stuff, get rid of it at the start of Friday, and you can still affect not only your points, but other people who are trying to do the same as you.
116.
Don't be surprised if Welding still qualifies.
Great first start. So when you take another 114 today,
94.
but he's not going to do so for a second time. In fact, it's the only one of only 2 Tub Plus checkouts we've seen all day today.
58. James required 20. Game
No,
shot
that's
in the
more like
first
it.
leg. James Welding.
He started really well on Thursday, and he tailed off towards the end. It has to be the other way around today.
Second leg.
If it isn't,
Jenson to throw first.
He will
Game
not
up.
make Saturday on debut. But the signs of that first leg in 16 darts, bright.
134.
But as we know, Jenson's got this ability to stick in with tasks. And in
58.
fact, in this meeting between the pair yesterday, which is also in game 8 of the session, Jenson Walker had trailed 3-1 and won 4-3.
96.
This was kind of the beginning of the downturn of fortunes for James Welding. Won his first 2 games of the day. Looked like he was going to make it 3 from 3 and begin to actually run away with the group a little
85.
bit. Lost that game. That's kind of been the pinpoint as to where things have gone awry for him.
98.
Not that he wasn't focused
92.
yesterday, but does it feel just a bit more focused from Jenson today?
I think we tend to forget that it's only his second day of the week. For some people, it's their 5th. I wouldn't be surprised if he feels more comfortable today.
94.
And as a result of that, more
Jenson
focused.
76.
Great first start. Great
Game shot
second.
in the
Great
second
leg.
Jenson
14
Walker.
darter. Jenson Walker's back level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Any idea what the initials are on the back of Jenson's collar? RKS?
44.
I think that's going to have to be one of those that we ask him.
96.
There is a trend of players putting the name of relatives, or more specifically children, on their dart shirts.
140.
I don't think Jenson's got any kids, has he?
99.
Great visit.
180.
Tremendously executed. This could be a really good ding-dong.
117. James Ricard, 137.
Why first up? We saw a few of them yesterday, didn't we, from James?
27.
That's to do with his arm angle. If you look at his right elbow compared to his hand, he's constantly
96.
fighting his
James Ricard,
follow-through
110.
going to the left-hand side.
98. Jenson Uquire,
Now
93.
Jenson. 74. Not found.
53. James
So
Uquire,
Welding
12.
can't afford to go south here. And he
Game shot in
doesn't.
the third leg. James Welding.
He stays in the Midlands.
And he finds himself back in front at
Fourth leg,
2-1.
it's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
You get the sense the lurking frustration for Jenson has been that on throw he was solid. He had that 14 darter, but on the Welding darts he hasn't
134.
been able to make any inroads so far.
100.
James is 35 years of age. He's almost twice the age of Jenson Walker, even though James doesn't look
97.
twice the age of his opponent. But you look at how pure Jenson looks at the minute at such a young age.
137.
I wouldn't be surprised if he looks more like James in 15 years' time. You don't tend to see many dart players without tattoos and a bit more of a rugged nature by the time they get into their 30s.
I see even Chris Dobie's got himself a sleeve, hasn't he?
100.
Scrolling through
Really?
social media this week, yeah? Well, he was in the process of, anyway.
56. James
I didn't
Uquire,
know that.
164.
I didn't think he was going to get anything like that.
58. Jenson Uquire, 154.
To equalise, he needed 2 57s.
93. James Uquire, 106.
James has picked off shots like this.
$58. Jenson Uquire, 61.
This is such a fast match. One dart at double 18. Big moment.
Game
Oh
shot
my,
in the
that's an
fourth
impressive
leg,
shot.
Jenson Walker.
He's got more composure at his age than a lot of
Fifth leg, it's
pros
James
on the
to throw
circuit.
first.
He
Game
really does.
bottle in abundance.
60.
He just knows how to approach a situation. First and foremost, with 61, he has said to himself,
100.
I want to go for a treble. I don't want this hitting the bullseye and having to hit a 3 and double 4 business.
140.
I'll go for the treble 15. If I don't get it, I will back myself with one dart at a double of my choosing.
58.
And when he was in that position, he said, I'll step back, I'll take a breath, and I'll go for it. And he finds it.
100.
It's so impressive when you pick it apart.
But also, this isn't an 18-year-old that's wet behind the ears. You can make an argument that
134.
despite being 17 years the junior James Welding, Jenson is the more experienced campaigner in this game.
96.
Arguably, yes. You might be right.
137. James McKay, 105.
Couldn't take 106.
Game
But
shot
does
in the
take
fifth leg,
105
James Welding.
for another lead. Impressive stuff from James.
And suddenly Jenson Walker must be
Sixth leg
feeling
is
like he is
Jenson to throw
sinking in the
first. Game
quicksand. He lost that game against Dean Finn, and if he loses this one, then he will find himself cut adrift.
99.
And that was a great game against Dean. But people are starting to turn up against Jenson, aren't they?
51.
This is a 91 average with 75% on doubles for the man from the northwest of England.
58. $93.
If you're someone who throws darts, and maybe has done for quite a few years, and you see
82.
these guys releasing so quickly, if you try it, it's not natural for some people.
47.
They have to stand there, they have to aim, they have to throw and retrieve. These guys do it all in one movement.
128.
If you think about how fast they're moving when they're throwing and when they're retrieving and when they're getting
60.
to the oki,
Jenson Uruguay, 134.
they are burning a fair few calories when they're doing it.
Yeah.
We could enter a very dangerous territory where we talk about the exercise aspects of darts. That's a grey area to those who don't know the
86.
sport.
We'll talk about it in the next game. I'm happy to talk about it.
83.
Walker looking
Jenson
to
Uruguay,
enforce the last
48.
league decider in this contest. He'll feel like he's got 6, but he
Game shot
only
in the
needed a
sixth
2
leg,
to mop
Jenson
up that
Walker.
48. We go all the way to a decider. Welding 3, Walker 3, and this leg has
Seventh and final leg,
huge
it's James to
significance
throw first.
for that
Game
young
on.
man from Coventry. It feels like a leg which will either keep him in or send him out of the race.
140.
Welding loses the leg. I feel he's gone. Walker loses
100.
this leg. I think he's still got a chance. But they could
59.
both do with a David Evans win against Finn next, which is asking a lot considering what Dean's already done today.
81. $82.
It's a great recovery. Boy, did he need that treble 19.
But Jenson needed to
90.
find something. He does with the last dart. Just taps on the shoulder of James Welding, but then he hits a back seat and evens off on a double after 12 in the decider on throw.
What a time to get one.
100.
Jenson
25,
Walker
40.
must be feeling like his world is falling apart. After what was such a good start,
20.
he's had to evade some
Jenson Uruguay,
bullets, 3 of them
130.
for 2 defeats on the spin.
He can still win the game with a wallop. Bull.
The biggest start of his week, undoubtedly. and he was
96.
unable to provide the goods.
Required 20.
And now he has to hope in the background. And his hopes have sprung eternal because James Welding has missed 6 to win this contest.
When he hit that maximum till he tops, I didn't think that this game was going to go the way of Jenson, but it might now.
Splits it. Did not want to go straight for the double 17. Single 10 leaves double 12. He knows the significance of these 2 darts. He knows the significance of that double 12. And he knows by the skin of his teeth, he is just about still in. He could have been a goner there. If James Welding hit one of those 6 match winning chances he had, he was probably out of the race. The nerves reached fever pitch. He told us that as he departed the stage. 92.19 the average, 4 for 5 on the doubles, but he had to survive 6 match starts from James Welding. Jenson Walker crosses the line in the last leg decider. Coming up after the break, Dean Finn, who may have thought that he was clear in the air, takes on David Evans, who has been an improved campaigner today. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Game 8 has come and gone. Jenson Walker's got the better of James Welding by 4 legs to 3, but he had to survive 6 match starts for James in that contest. And for the second time in a meeting between them two, Jenson has come back from behind to pick up the spoils in that encounter between those two. And so for Dean Finn, he can become the outright leader of the group. He can move on to 12 points if he gets the better of David Evans in this, the 9th game of the session. Now, as far as David's day's concerned, he got a 4-1 win against James Welding in his opening match, played well before then losing out to Brian Raman in match 2. Meanwhile, for Dean, he has done his damage early on. 2 wins from 2. Getting the better of Jenson Walker and Raman, his 2 primary suspects at the top of the table.
57.
And now he'll feel like this is the home run and he's done the hard work. And now just do not slip up and I will be through.
140.
You've been involved in a few football scenarios over the years, Henry. Not that many years, in fact. But the game in hand, boy, does it come into play
60.
sometimes. This is Dean's game in hand. If he wins it, like you said, he's in pole position. If he loses, that brings the next 2 people in the
96.
table back into play. Now, there are 2 places to get. But if you've got a chance to lead going into the last 2 rounds, this is not where you want to slip up. I can tell you now, there's no harder game to play in sport than the game in hand.
131.
Because you know what you have to do and the pressure is on you to do it. I remember being involved in a football scenario where we were 2 games out for the end of the season. We had to play our game in hand. If we won it, we would go top of the table. And it was the hardest, most excruciating game to be a part of. We won it 6-1 in the end. But
139. Dean, you require 40.
Great story.
Well, it was 1-1 at the break. Dean Finn looking at tops. 2 10s.
Game shot
14
and the first
data.
leg, Dean Finn.
Not for the first time today for Dean Finn.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I think there's a few nerves on the stage for Dean today, but I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing because he's ready to give that extra
93.
bit towards the end. We heard what he did when he beat Jenson Walker in Game 6. By winning that game by 4 legs to 3, it was a relief at the end. But he's not shy
140.
to show how he's feeling at the minute, and that I admire.
That first start today has been a lot better for David Evans.
140.
And his responsibility today is purely to have a better day, to feel good about his game when he leaves at the end of the day. It's going to be the second time in his career that he doesn't make Saturday.
30.
It's been a challenging 5 days. I don't know what Dave's going on to next, because the Challenge Tour is
98.
finished. It'll be interesting to see where he starts come 2025.
And it is conceivable this is the last time we ever see David Evans here at the Super Series, because
48.
he is the type of player that could sneak under the radar and get a card on his day.
Still waiting for our first 170 of the week.
98.
I'm pretty sure we're going to get one. Easy for me to say sitting here. But when you've got the standard of Group B from last night, I
86.
expect
David, you require
that to
72.
explode tonight. You do not want to miss that. Such a great group. But that's all after this one. Could be another 5-visit leg.
Game shot.
And that's what Dave has provided.
David Evans.
Well, the quality in this group today has gone up a notch. We were talking
Third
yesterday,
leg
weren't
is
we, that
Dean
this
to
has
throw
been a group
first.
that's been
Game
played
on.
all around the 80s average. And okay, there's been a lot of averages in the 80s. But it's just felt like the overall standard of the 6 players that are involved today.
100.
It's just been so much better than it was on Thursday.
It has been. We had one average yesterday of 90 plus, and that was a game that Brian Raman lost. So far today, of 16
58.
recorded averages, we've had 4 very healthily in the 90s. The standard has been better today. That is a fact.
57.
And I'm surprised by that. I stick by my statement. In Group B tonight, I expect the standard to go down by 1 or 2% because of a few key misses under pressure.
134.
I thought the same would happen in this group. It hasn't. It's gone up.
10 o'clock tonight, Super Series YouTube channel. See the culmination of Group B, where it is Andy Bolton and Martin Turner in the box seat. But in Group C, it may well be Dean Finn in the box seat. That Maxi leads himself for the finish after 9. And he's got time on his side to open up a 2-1 advantage. And if he wins this game, he'll move on to 12 points, 2 clear of Raman and Walker, who play in the final round of games.
And 12 points isn't safe this week. Not yet.
104.
Has to move. That 60 is completely blocked.
134. Dean, you require
And that
60.
57's been completely plugged.
2 at tops for 2-1 lead.
20.
But he's unable to
David, you
take
require
advantage of the
82.
chance that he was afforded. And so Evans will come back for 82 for the break. And to turn this game on its head, Dean Finn came out the traps. All guns are blazing.
62.
But he's had to
Dean, you
dodge a
require
David
40.
Evans-sized bullet there.
That's one big bullet. He's more like a missile. Double 10.
Game shot in the third leg.
And Dean Finn finds the silo.
Fourth leg is David to
That's a
throw
wise play
first.
up there right
Game
now.
on.
It is the winter now, of course. But as the tension rises in that room, the temperature does go up.
180.
And the darts heats up. And we turn this place into a furnace of excellence and brilliance.
68.
Do you know what local players would call that visit? They'd shout out the most ironic thing you'll hear at any local darts event. They'd say, "Good dart."
130.
You have one good one and 2 bad ones. They always shout out "good dart."
See, I've never had that shouted at me.
85.
You don't play darts, do you, Henry? Well, you try.
I was going to say, play is probably one way of putting it.
60.
Participate's probably a better word.
I just hope you're not my partner when it comes to the blind pairs at the Christmas party.
60. David, you require 126.
I mean, that would be a career low light.
You haven't seen my career lowlights, have you?
I'm sure we've got a leg where we can bring them up. Well, we might need a couple, actually.
44.
By the way, we did promise to talk about darts fitness in this game. We will in the next leg. It's something I'm very passionate about.
Any way to get out of your career low lights, eh?
Easy.
59.
I was saving
David,
it just
you
in
require
case.
82.
Evans for Desmond game. Looking at 82. It's been a game which has been dominated by the player throwing first. A shuffle across.
Game shot.
Flick of the
fourth leg,
flight. And a
David
level game at
Evans.
2-2.
Okay, give me your thoughts on darts fitness
Fifth
then.
leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
I say 2 words. And those 2 words are Luke Humphreys. Look at what he's done and look at the results he's got
85.
as a consequence of it.
It's not just that, though. It's a change of mindset. It's a change of lifestyle. It's a whole host of other things.
But that side of the sport is compartmentalizing all of
120.
those structures.
I'll be brutally honest with you right now. It's better than it's ever been, but it still needs to be more widespread. If you look at some players towards the top of the rankings,
140.
they have better careers because their lifestyles are improved. And nobody epitomises that more than Luke Humphreys and Ross Smith.
85.
When we do Players' Championships in Leicester, I go into the gym the morning of a Players' Championship, and every time I go in there, Ross Smith's already there. You wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe with him on a peloton, trust me.
82.
But again, it's another one of those things that you look at the younger generation, and we look at particularly those in their early to mid-20s. They are taking more serious than perhaps dart players ever have done as a vast
83.
wave previously.
Yes, that's true, but you need to take it seriously at the same time as doing the right things. What I will say is, doing heavy weights
140.
as a dart player is pointless. It's completely pointless. Cardio, yes. Flexibility, absolutely. It's good for injury prevention.
137.
Moderate resistance
Dean, you require
is
54.
very important as well. If you get that right, you get your practice right and your whole regime, you could be a world-class player. But you can't be a world-class player if you miss your chances.
14.
And he only got one shot
David,
at tops
you require
because he missed a
76.
single.
May just be one dart. Well, that superb first dart means he's going to get two.
Game shot.
What
and the
a
fifth
combo.
leg, David Evans.
What a combo. What a leg. A 14 darter for David Evans
Sixth
to
leg is
break the
David to
throw
throw
with Dean
first.
Finn.
Game
And
on.
are we about to see another twist in the tail? We saw Jenson Walker just about get over the line against James Welding in the last match. Brian Raman beaten by Lloyd Walker. And the final
134.
game from this topsy-turvy third round of fixtures could well see David Evans depose of Dean Finn.
Which doesn't put Welding out of play.
127.
It probably does, but mathematically not. It's probably a three-horse race going to the line with Finn, Raman and Walker
60.
on 10 points. But that is if Evans can finish the job today against Finn, because yesterday he couldn't.
180.
Beautiful. Perfect. And on a pinhead. And this game could suddenly change on that said pinhead.
Proper game.
140.
That's a chance to win the match 4-2. What he wants more than anything else right now, Evans, is just to put one of the wrongs right.
100. David, you require 167.
Well, this would be a gargantuan way to win it. But the 167 isn't going to go. And so Dean Finn comes back for 94.
59.
Comes back to send
Dean,
us
you
all the
require
way.
94.
There's the 4. 36. Oh, right in the
Game
corner.
shot and the sixth leg.
That's
Dean
naughty
Finn.
from Dean.
A 12 darter. Last dart in hand after a
Seventh and
slip
final
with
leg,
his
it's
first.
Dean to throw first.
Well, the standard in
Game
this
on.
match is getting better as we draw towards a close. But now we have the closing leg, the significant leg, the pivotal leg. The leg that Dean Finn, if he wins, will move back to the top of the table, and he would have a 2-point gap. If he loses it,
96.
then it is an all-out scramble for 2 spots in the final couple of rounds.
$140.
It's almost as if Evans is in to bat, not just for himself, but for others as well. It's not the last time that's going to happen today. Look at this.
140.
This is going to be their last game of the week. They've had some great battles. Yesterday's game was the most dramatic.
60.
Dean Finn is 3-1 up for the week. what he would give for one more.
133.
That's a special dart, that. To be able to find that gap between that dart and the bottom wire of that treble 19, that takes real skill.
And it forces Evans into a 2-treble turn. Needs to find a treble with dart 3. Unable to do so. And so Dean Finn has 6 starts from here to make it 6 wins from his group so far.
Okie dokie. I can get behind that. But Dave Evans is averaging nearly 100 in this game. Statistically, he's having his best game of the week, and he could lose it.
140.
Well, it was a 12-darter in the previous leg, and Dean Finn has left himself on a double after that
40.
mark in the decider. For 12 points, and to put himself in the box seat. But he's blown it.
David, you require 61.
He has blown a visit's worth of match starts. And David Evans here could swoop in and nick it. Double 18. Dean Finn at the back of the stage is disconsolate. But
43.
he's going to get a second chance.
Dean, you require 20.
There's nothing wrong with being good and fortunate. David didn't make many mistakes at all in the match until that point, and he might pay the penalty.
1 dart left. And what
Game
a dart!
start, and the match, Dean Finn!
And what a win! But Dean Finn is doing it the hard way. That's his 3rd successive victory of Friday. But he had to dodge a couple of bullets of his opponent, David Evans there, who looks up to the skies as he departs the stage. But that's a win that puts Dean Finn in the box seat. It puts him onto 12 points in the group, 2 clear of Raman and Walker, who, remember, go toe-to-toe in the final game of the session. And so that means that if Dean Finn wins one of his final couple of matches, he could well be home and hosed. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Brian Raman into bat. And now he is in must-win territory. He takes on James Welding. That's live and exclusive on the Super Series YouTube channel after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Friday afternoon. And this is what we have seen thus far. Before the break, Dean Finn held his nerve in a last leg decider to deny David Evans by 4 legs to 3. Wins for the 2 walkers, Jenson and Lloyd in the last round, have given us a real interesting complexion upon this Group C table. Dean Finn, top of it, 12 points to his name. And he is in control of his destiny. But Brian Raman and Jenson Walker on 10, and they go toe-to-toe in the penultimate game of the session. That's looking increasingly more like that's going to be a decide and see who makes it through to Saturday. James Welding hasn't picked up a point so far today, and the story of the day has been Lloyd Walker. Came in as a last-minute replacement for Richard North. He's now guaranteed to finish 7th. Lloyd Walker up to 5th. He's got the jump over David Evans, and he could well get the jump over James Welding in a couple of games' time. And it is Welding who's in action here against Brian Raman. A win for the Riddler would see him on to 12 points and would then force Jenson to beat David Evans in Game 12 ahead of their clash in Match 14 of the afternoon. An intriguing race towards the line. Paul Nicholson is alongside me in commentary. And from this point onwards, Dean Finn's in the box seat, and perhaps in the race for P2, we're on the riser.
We haven't got a clue. But you were right in what you were saying at the end of the last game. Dean Finn is doing things the hard way.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Got to give Devon Peterson a little bit of credit from earlier in the week, because he said after the first day, he thought he'd seen enough from Dean to suggest that he was strong enough to make Saturday.
54.
At this stage, it's looking pretty likely. One more win for Finn
57.
over Lloyd Walker, over James Welding, and he will be fine.
100.
Big weekend of darts coming
42.
up. Grand Slam of darts starts tomorrow. Week 9 finals here. WADC
100.
Championship Tour finals tomorrow afternoon. That will be live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel also.
58.
If you have ambitions of coming to watch that, I'm sorry to say that not just this week, but next week as well for the men's event and
97.
the finals for the Modus Super Series on Saturday night are both sold out.
96.
Well, there are tickets
Brian
available
Carr,
for the
150.
Global Championship at the end of the year. More information on that later on. Man looking to kick off with a supersized finish, but what he is going to do is leave himself on a double to break the Welding throw early on.
I'm glad you mentioned the Global Championship, because
60,
somebody who's in the
Brian
qualifier,
required
Tom
12.
Lonsdale, is actually having his birthday today.
No score.
Does anybody smell
James
any
require
trouble?
130.
James smells an opportunity. Oh, but he slips
90.
into the
Brian
5.
required 12.
And Raman doesn't hesitate to get back to the
Game shot in the first
point of
leg.
contact.
Brian Raman.
Well, that nestled in, didn't it, that second dart? Raman has got the break. He had to
Second
work
leg,
a little
it's
bit
Brian to
harder
throw
than
first.
perhaps he
Game
would have
on.
liked. That's been the story of everybody's day, it seems, so far. Raman one up. A win which would put him on to 12 alongside Dean Finn.
40.
Somebody else who is celebrating their birthday today is former weekly champion here, Willie Borland.
83.
And on top of the Grand Slam starting,
140.
the Super Series coming to its Week 9 culmination tomorrow, and the WADC Championship Tour finals. A small
96.
matter of somebody will get to Alexandra Palace tonight in the PDC Europe Super League in Germany.
24.
Very similar format to this, but they have their knockout stages coming to a close later on.
97.
And Max Hopp hasn't made the final day.
Yeah, the WADC Championship Tour Finals, the Women's Championship Tour
78.
Finals take place tomorrow. We'll play the quarterfinals, semi-finals and final, all best of 7 legs.
100.
We'll talk more about it in the next leg of this match, because Welding has hit a maxi to leave himself on a single to double after 12 to get the break back at the earliest possible opportunity.
58.
How do you think
James
James likes his
45.
steak? I think he likes it well done.
$25. Brian, you require 161.
Well, that was a bit different.
41. James, you required 20.
So when James gets his steak served up, it's well done for Welding.
Game shot in the second leg.
And that's
James
1-1.
Welding.
Well, this could be a ding-dong between this pair. Decent start. 1-1.
By the way, just for the record,
Third leg, it's
nobody
James to throw
should ever have a
first.
well
Game
done
up.
steak. It's just wrong.
That's all right. I like mine
100.
rare.
Is that your impression of a lion?
96.
Well, the WADC Tour Finals, the Women's Championship Tour Series, comes to its culmination tomorrow. The quarterfinals, Dieter Hedman
45.
up against Kim Holden. Fallon Sherrick up against Eleanor Cairns. Vicky Prum up against Steph Clark. Gemma Hayter
40.
takes on Angela Kirkwood. Then we'll play the semis. Then we'll play the final. The winner will pocket £2,000 and a
120.
beautiful trophy. I had a little glance at it this morning. Very heavy, mind, but a very magnificent trophy nonetheless.
Is it as dangerous looking as Richie Edhouse's European Championship trophy?
59.
I don't think the health and safety will be as much involved as they probably were in the making of that trophy.
60.
Who's your pick to win it?
I think it's a Fallon versus Gemma final, and I'm going to firmly sit on the fence in terms of who
84.
wins it.
That's completely consistent with your character.
100.
If you were a politician, you'd be a Lib Dem.
Luckily, nobody ever wants to hear my opinion, which is why I just talk about
85.
the action.
James requires 76.
Double top.
Game shot in the third
This
leg.
could be
James Welding.
really worrying at this point for Brian, who's done a lot of good things over the last couple of days.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first.
But let us
Game
be
up.
realistic. Friday is turning out to be more like Wednesday.
96.
Maybe not to the same degree, but Brian is not dominating this group the way that he was yesterday.
100.
If he doesn't win this game or the next, he's probably not going to make Saturday.
Well, if
94.
Thursday for Brian Raman was an oasis of excellence, today he's sliding away amidst the precipice here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
134.
Let me slightly reword what I've just said. If he does lose his next 2 games, he won't make Saturday because he's got Jenson Walker, who can overtake him
140.
in game 14. That makes this game even more important.
59.
However, Raman here has got 6 starts to get back level at 2-2.
91.
This game following a pattern. A couple of breaks may well be followed up by a couple of holds.
72. Brian,
It's
you require
also
80.
fair to say that the level of Raman has dropped off considerably as well. When you have a look at his numbers, they're non-comparable
40.
to
James
yesterday.
require
And it's
136.
giving opponents opportunities. But Welding could only find himself on 136.
60. Brian, you require 40.
This game is making me dizzy. It's that fast. Oh,
30.
you saw the shoulder involved there.
James requires 76.
Trying to save the shot, but it was already gone. Double top again.
56. Brian,
If
you
that
require
had any
10.
chance of hitting tops, that flight couldn't have even been whispered to on the way through.
Well, this is huge.
Game shot
That
in the fourth leg.
is
Brian
big.
Raman.
And that is a level game. He gave himself an ironic
Fifth
round of
leg, it's
applause.
James to throw first. Game on.
He wouldn't take any adulation if he wins this match.
85.
But it is a match in terms of winning of the utmost importance. He's finding that first start a bit better again. He's trying to add some impetus again. He's back amongst the maxis again.
125. $60.
The intensity has changed. I think he's going into full Batman baddie mode now. He's called the Riddler because he can sometimes confuse you with how he wants to finish a
81.
leg. He's not confused at the minute. He is very motivated.
41.
Well, there's a simplicity about it. In terms of it feels knockout for him.
100.
If he wins his last 2 games, he is through. It's as simple as that because he plays
89.
Jenson.
Brian, you require 80.
We've been here before.
60. James,
And
you
we've
require
seen that before.
135. $99. Brian,
That's
you require
really good.
20.
Who wins this battle? Double 5 again. And this time he
James starting
finds
the
it.
fifth leg. Brian Raman.
He has not been
Sixth
this
leg, it's
intense
Brian to
all
throw
week.
first. Game on.
In this vein, though, because there have been times where he's been so hacked off with himself that he has clapped his hands together, he's slapped his thigh, that kind of thing. But in a positive sense, he's not been this driven
100.
visually all week long. And this is the right time to press the gas.
And he's speeding up. He's a quick player anyways, Brian Man. But look at the zip and the pace that's been injected now.
99.
You could perhaps make an argument it's almost a little bit too quick. But he's fancying the job from this position.
100. $126.
It's never too quick when it's good. It's always too quick when he don't hit.
83.
But this is now a situation that really shouldn't get away from Brian.
144.
That was on purpose.
He's seen a finishing line and he is making a dash towards
100. Brian, you require 30.
Double 16 after 12 to move on to 12 points. To put his destiny in his own hands. Well, that really was a kick towards the line. There was a point in that contest where he was under the cosh a little bit, was Brian Raman. James Welding posed some questions, but the Riddler had the answers to them. And a 4-2 success puts him on to 12 points. And it means that a victory against Jenson Walker is going to be enough for Brian Raman to book a return to the Saturday night setup. For Dean Finn, all he needs is a win here against Lloyd Walker. If he does that, then he is going to be the first player in Group C to book stamp his place through to the finals.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scave. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With that man in your picture, Dean Finn is a win away from qualifying through to Saturday night's final on his debut. A victory against Lloyd Walker in our 11th match of the session will be good enough for him to book his ticket through to the Saturday night showpiece. For Lloyd, he came in as a late replacement, turning on this afternoon for the injured Richard North, and he's acquitted himself well. Played 3, won 2, and even in his defeats, he averaged just underneath the 90 mark against Jenson Walker. He has been the perpetual spoiler, and he is hoping to delay the party for Dean Finn in terms of qualifying through to the finale tomorrow night.
It's 4 o'clock on Friday. It's 4 o'clock on Friday. And we still only have one person through to Saturday.
To throw first. Game on!
Alex Spellman is the name. Winning might be his game in 28 hours' time.
100.
However, the names to join him, they will be thick and fast over the next 9 hours or so. Because this is where it all happens, isn't it? Towards the end of Group C and throughout Group B.
Well, this is where the business end begins. It's like an inactive volcano, isn't it? Where it spends a lot of time bubbling up amidst the surface. And this is the Vesuvius point of the week. The eruption of names into the finals on Saturday evening.
60.
And we do love Saturday night at the Live Lounge. That's the worst one I've ever done.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
46.
Next thing, you're going to be like Brick Tamlin saying, I love lamp.
To be honest, there's more chance of me getting
99.
lamped.
Doesn't look like Lloyd Walker's in the mood to wilt. He's already caused other people problems today. Why not Dean Finn?
Lloyd, you require 108.
He's already won 3 games today, which is his best of the week. He's now done it 4 out of 5 days, winning more games than he's lost. But I said it at the start. In order to qualify, he's going to have his best day of the week. It is still the case.
And if Walker wins this game, it's another spanner in the works that he has provided. 1 dart at the centre of the board.
49.
But it grazes the 25. Finn back for 88. for the break.
Double 7.
74.
Severely
Lloyd
pulled
required
that one.
25.
Not just left, but quite high.
Game shot and the first
That
leg.
languid throw of Lloyd.
Walker.
It really is very dependable.
Second leg.
1-0
Dean to
up,
throw
and Dean
first.
Finn has got a lot in
Game
his
up.
mind. Because over the last couple of games, you said it, Henry, he's been doing things the hard way.
And there's only so many times you can go to the well and then expect to come
58.
back out the other side. He's still in the box seat. Let's get that right. But if Lloyd Walker wins this match, suddenly there is
60.
a big change. The only thing that does work in Dean's favour is he is playing James Welding in the final match. And James hasn't won a game since the 4th round of yesterday. Now, if the truth be told,
137.
hasn't been like the player he was yesterday afternoon.
100.
Lloyd's making a few gestures here as if to say his darts are not behaving that way he wants them to.
$133.
I think Lloyd needs to understand that the darts behave based on how you throw them.
100.
Well, both players have set up territory. Finn with the advantage of throw, looking to level this match up at one apiece.
He's done it again.
133.
He did that in the previous game. That exact same shot. That third dart bulldozing its way through to the
100.
57.
You require 40.
So it wasn't a fluke. We didn't think it was the first time, but he has just proven why he's so good
Game shot
by
in the second
taking
leg.
1, 7, 3 and 4.
Finn.
3 legs away. And that's another 5 visit
Third
leg.
leg
That
is
has
Lloyd to throw
been
first. Game
his
up.
territory for large swathes of this week, which is why he has had the tremendous amount of success that
140.
he has had here at the Live Lounge. But Lloyd Walker will not make it easy for him. And Lloyd Walker, importantly as well, has the darts in this match. And it does have a feel, doesn't it, of one of those games that could so
85.
easily have 7 holes of throw.
Not one game that's been 4-0 today. And that's always a sign that the group is very competitive.
58.
There's not really a weak link in this group. I know that James Welding has not won a game today, but many players have come and gone who have played a lot worse
190.
than James and have won a game.
$83.
Are Lloyd's darts going in more upright now than they were earlier on? Is that what he was doing with the gesture towards the board? If that's the case,
85.
he might be throwing them from a little bit further back on the barrel. His fingers might be slipping towards the stem. If you look at his grip, it is very much towards the back
151.
of the barrel and the stem, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Well, it was pretty much stuck in a quadri that he felt like he had to stay there to leave himself on 160 and leave himself on 2 trebles for a double as opposed to 2 trebles at the ball. And he's going to have to take out this 160 because Dean Finn's let himself on a double after 12 for the break. But that first dart is not correlating in that treble bed like it was earlier on today.
60. Dean, you require
And
16.
Dean Finn is going through the gears. In back-to-back legs, he has left a double after 12. And he has
Game shot
swooped
in the third
back-to-back
leg,
legs in
Dean
5
Finn.
visit range. A big celebration. The first time we've really seen that mid-match from him. He's 2 away
Fourth
from
leg.
a
it's
first
Dean to
Saturday
throw
night
first.
appearance.
Game up.
Yeah, 2 legs away, and I think he's very aware of that.
When he would have known before a dart was thrown, he had to find a break at some point in this contest. He's got that, and now he is looking to take full charge of proceedings.
140.
I'm starting to get the feeling that Dean is someone who can play with adrenaline pumping through his veins. Well, that was an interesting switch, wasn't it? He felt that the treble 20 wasn't the ideal target for dart number 5 in the leg.
97.
He has got 6 here to open up 3-1 lead, but Lloyd Walker is just proverbially tapping him on the shoulder. We'll head down towards the 17s. It was the right play, but not the correct execution of it.
100.
Great last dart. Almost crowbarred that in.
I'm starting to get the feeling that if Lloyd was given a 2-day campaign,
100.
given the right dynamic of opponents, he could find his way to a Saturday, I think. With darts like this.
139.
Seriously impressive
Dean,
attempt.
You require 82.
You can breathe now, Dean. Because at the point where he was going for the bullseye, Lloyd, I think Dean was thinking, don't you dare.
His heart would have been pumping at a beats per minute it probably hasn't done before on an hockey. Huge dart.
42.
But he's unable to locate tops.
25.
And Walker is back for a level match. To break back. To put this game back on throw. 8-8.
Game shot
It's
and the fourth
Desmond.
leg.
It's a
Lloyd
great
Walker.
dart for Lloyd Walker. And we have a big best of 3 here. For Lloyd Walker, he can't do anything more than just claim position.
Leg,
but for
Lloyd to
Dean
throw
Finn, who
first.
with
Game
a
on.
win in this game would send him through, a defeat would put him on the back foot.
Need I say it was very crisp from Walker?
60.
But did you notice on the table that Lloyd seems to have a towel there and a little prop? I don't know what it is. It might be a little trinket.
66.
Oh no, I know what it is. Oh no.
Is it the duck?
Yeah, it's the duck.
Did he get it off David?
40.
There's only one person that supplies ducks around here, and that's David Evans. It's Mickey Mouse, if you ask me.
Well, at least you thought that was good.
44.
Available at all local bar shops.
60.
Everybody's got to like something. David likes ducks.
$96.
Dean's got to remain really strong here. He can't let this one slip, otherwise the whole situation could come apart.
96.
At this stage of the day, it's game number 11. It feels as if Lloyd Walker is like throwing a Mentos into a bottle
85.
of Coke.
Lloyd, you require 145.
And this is what can sometimes be so
27.
intriguing about Friday afternoon as well, because you've got a player playing with no pressure whatsoever, apart from the expectations that he sets upon himself, against somebody in Dean Finn who must feel like he's got the world on his shoulders right now. There's such a big opportunity gaping for him, but the hardest thing to do is seize it.
84.
That's true.
Lloyd, you require 118.
Tried to get past that dart to leave double 19 and couldn't.
58.
We've talked about
Dean, you
Dean's
require 126.
accuracy on the treble 19. He needs a little bit more of it now. This needs to be really crafty. That was always going to be difficult.
86. Lloyd, you require 60.
This shot is difficult for Lloyd because of his angle of attack.
Particularly because that first dart smack bang
Game
in the
shot
middle.
and the fifth leg. Lloyd
But that
Walker.
almost flicked off the flight and in. Walker leads 3-2. We've mentioned all day about how Dean Finn has been doing
Sixth leg,
things the
it's
hard
Dean to
way.
throw first.
And if he
Game
wins
on.
this game, then he's going to have to do it exactly the same way again. From behind, with his back against the wall. And suddenly this table could have a completely different
98.
complexion in a couple of moments' time.
Well, if I may, when Finn won game 9 against Evans, he had the inferior average by 8 points.
60.
Evans actually put in 99.09, which is the biggest average we've seen in this entire group, and it lost. That's what we see now. It's the other way around.
59.
How a game can flip. The one thing that does save Dean is the fact that even if he loses both of his last matches, Brian and Jenson have to play each other in the final round. So only one of them, and obviously depending on what Jenson does, there could be 12-12-12, but only one of them can move on to 14 potentially if Jenson Walker beats David Evans in the next game we're about to see.
100.
It is going to the last round. That's pretty much the only guarantee.
But it may not even be a guarantee of a qualifier going into the last round. However, Dean Finn here,
140.
beginning to up the ante once again, has left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to enforce the last leg decider upon Lloyd
Dean, you
Walker.
require 82.
But when the ante is upped in a game of cards, that's where you can run out of chips.
42. Lloyd,
He's
you require
left it handy.
141.
Walker is presented with a match-winning chance.
46. Dean, you require 40.
He's had a pretty good relationship with tops, but he has missed it a few times so far today, especially in moments like this. Not
Game
this
shot
time.
on the sixth leg. Dean Finn.
What did you say, Henry? He's doing things the hard way? He's doing it again.
Seventh and final
Third
leg.
consecutive
It's Lloyd to throw
game
first.
for
Game
Finn
on.
where he's looking to win by 4 legs to 3.
And in those games, he's had to overcome a deficit at some point.
100.
Walker kicks off a ton. They could be like gold dust in this leg.
Doubles have been pretty decent. I'm always impressed by a game when you get to this point
100.
and nobody's had double digits at double.
60.
We say one trouble visits could be like gold dust. Troubleless visits could feel like disaster in this final leg.
You've already mentioned Vesuvius in this game. That was disastrous.
45.
That took place in Pompeii, but we're in Pompeii on this Friday afternoon. They all want to be on the South Coast come Saturday night.
60.
For what is going to be a double finals day here at the Super Series.
I did wonder why you mentioned Vesuvius and not Mount Etna. There had to be some sort of Portsmouth segue in there.
I'll be honest, I didn't even think of that until a couple of moments ago. Off the cuff, you see.
100.
But off the canvas, Dean Finn finds himself pretty much back smack bang level in this last leg.
Who did I compare Dean Finn to a couple
100.
of days ago? Steve Collins, the great Irish boxer with a granite chin. He has shown he's got a chin today.
99.
Interesting. Most players would have stayed up top because if you hit a single 20, 156 is just a bit easier.
60.
But he's backing himself
Dean, you require 157.
with a checkout that is 3 different territories on the board. If he doesn't hit it, he runs the risk of losing by the finest of margins.
It's not going to happen for Dean this time. Now he has to hope
100.
that Lloyd Walker hasn't got a ton top in the locker. He's done his job in terms of setting up.
57.
If
Dean
Dean Finn
57.
hits this 57 checkout, there's going to be another big exhalation and there's going to be a celebration.
2 darts at double top.
37.
2 darts to go
Lloyd
through
requires
have been
64.
missed. And on the other side of the coin, Lloyd Walker comes back for 64 to win himself.
To get a 3rd win of the day. To cause more chaos.
And he's going to get 2 at double 8.
48.
Both players have missed 2 darts to win this match. 2 darts
Dean, you require 20.
that have come and gone. And Dean Finn comes back to qualify. Double 10. It's debut delight
and the match,
for Dean
Dean
Finn
Finn.
as he seals his spot into Saturday's showpiece. Relief etched through his face. And a big night ahead of him tomorrow evening. Lloyd Walker missed a couple of match starts across the line, but Dean Finn can head back downstage and he can relax. He can begin the celebrations and he is going to be in Saturday's final. He beats Lloyd Walker by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, Jenson Walker takes on David Evans.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And the WADC Windmill Championship Tour Finals takes place tomorrow at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's played for the quarterfinals down to a winner. Dieter Hedman takes on Kim Holden, Fallon Sherrick up against Eleanor Cairns, Vicky Pruitt up against Steph Clark, and Gemma Hayter takes on Angela Kirkwood. We'll then play all the way down to a champion. The semi-finals and the final will take place on one blockbuster afternoon here at the Modus Live Lounge. All the games will be played over the Super Series distance of best of 7 legs. The winner will take home £2,000 worth of prize money and will take home the adulation and the congratulation of the WADC Tour champion. The runner-up picks up £1,000. The semi-finalist £500 and 250 quid for making it through to this particular point. Myself and Keegan Brown will be your team for that tomorrow afternoon. Looking forward to working with Keegan in the commentary box for the first time, and looking forward to bringing those brilliant matches to you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Dieter Hedman looking to retain her title in that competition. But back to the here and now. Our 12th game of the afternoon session sees Jenson Walker and David Evans go toe-to-toe. And for Jenson, it's a must-win game. Wins it, then him and Raman's match will be a straight shootout. Loses it, then he finds himself on the chopping block.
100.
Jenson's got to be really careful here, because he's getting
93.
David Evans at a really bad moment where he's starting to put something together. And if Dave was to have another really good game where he can put the win together, there is a risk here that Jenson could be out of contention at the end of this match.
40.
That's a pretty severe case of what could happen. However, if Jenson was to beat Dave,
100.
that game between Raman and Walker would then become a shootout in match 14. That's the ideal scenario, because the last thing Jenson needs is to have to beat Raman by a certain distance.
Well, this game was an example yesterday of it is not over until it is over, because Evans led this one 3-0. Walker came back from the break to win 4-3. You'd be hoping he doesn't make it as hard work today as he did yesterday. He atones for leaving himself on a bogey by leaving himself on a double and forcing Evans to take out the 112.
Double 8.
Yeah. $96. Jenson, you require
Still don't agree with the whole treble 12 thing, but it was almost brilliant.
Game shot in the first leg. Jenson Walker.
And Walker leads 1-0. It's almost one of those games where
Game on.
It doesn't matter how he crosses the finishing line as long as he does. To a certain extent, if he wins this game, the performance could almost be rendered irrelevant. He's playing 2 de facto knockout matches here.
Yeah, it does feel like a semi-final. If you lose the semi-final, you're probably going to be out.
123.
But if you win the semi-final, win the final, you go through. I think Dean's going to be really relieved that he's got it done with a game to spare. Which means the gloves will be off when it comes to the next one to start the final round in Group C. Finn against Welding. And Welding just wants to win a match today. He hasn't done so on Friday, which is a bit of a surprise.
Particularly the way he played at points on Thursday. A bit of disappointment for him. Finished the year as number 5 in the ADC ranking, so narrowly missed out on a spot
100
at the Global Championship at the end of the year.
Just on that Global Championship, by the way, when the winner is announced, you know how they do with the Champion of the World?
140.
Is it going to be Champion of the Globe?
That'll be down, I suppose, to our MC.
60.
If that trophy hasn't got a globe on it, they've missed a trick.
Great first dart. Up for tops.
83.
But just sifts
Jenson, you require
low.
121.
And so Walker comes back for an opportunity to double his lead. Trouble 17. Would have given him a dart at the ball for the break.
85.
But he has done the
David, you
next
require
best
20.
job.
Game shot in the second leg.
That had
David
some oomph.
Evans.
Great marker. Great hit. He moves on to leg 3.
Third leg, it's Jenson to throw first. Game on. $99.
I've noticed one thing about these young kids that are coming through, the likes of Thomas Banks, who you'll see tonight, Jenson, Littler even. They're very softly spoken, but feel more
140.
confident when they're on the stage. It's almost a Peter Wright quality. You meet Peter.
60.
He's a man of few words. He's a lovely, lovely bloke. But you put them on the stage and they turn into a monster. Time's gone by. Dart players would be very
59.
high in character, full of humour, off the stage. You put them up there, they would shrink like a puppy.
100.
And it would take them a long time to figure out how to perform in front of cameras and under lights. It's amazing these days how much quicker these amateur players and the up-and-coming kids can
58.
assimilate under the lights.
Without sounding like an old man that yells at clouds here.
I'm sure you do.
But you think about the world that
58.
younger players are all consumed in. They're surrounded by cameras. Everyone's got a mobile phone. What they got on that? A camera. What do a lot of people film a lot of the time on mobile phones? With their camera, they are so used to having that spotlight on them, whether it be a stage like this or just in day-to-day life. It's not something that's
100.
completely alien to young people.
It's a great point.
Yeah. 100. David, you require 144.
That's pretty good. If he's not hitting his targets in this match, he's getting
128.
very
Jenson,
close.
You require 84.
Double 12. What did Dave say in the background there?
Game
Something
shot
along
in
the
the
lines
third
of,
leg,
why does
Jenson
everybody keep
Walker.
playing well against me? It's a compliment, Dave. Everybody knows how good you are.
Why does it always rain on me, David
Fourth leg,
Evans?
it's David to throw first. Game on.
Jenson Walker be hoping the grass is greener on the other side of this session. If he wins his last two, he is through, and he's
54.
halfway towards his first objective.
$59.
Do you think Dave's thinking right now, why is my best game coming out towards the end of Group C when it's too late?
Most probably. Because there is that
97.
irony that goes through somebody's mind that how can I have played at the level I have for so long, and then suddenly when the shackles are off, I can play with such
96.
freedom.
Maybe this is what he's got to do over the next couple of months. He's got to put in the reps to figure out where he's at. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. There are lots of dart players out there who
60.
don't work hard enough. I'm not saying that Dave is one of them, by the way. What I'm saying is there are plenty of players who have
97.
ambition but don't know what to do to get to what they want. I subscribe to the 20% rule. Do 20% more work than you usually do, and you will improve.
59.
And if you practice an hour a day, that's an extra 12 minutes. It's not really a lot, is it?
81.
So, does that mean we're going to do 20% more darts at the end of this session to improve our...
No.
100.
We don't need to. That's the second time he's done that in this match.
131.
He's left 32 from 168. And Dave's going to leave himself on tops. And Jenson's going to go 3-1 up based on everything we've seen so far in this match.
91.
Jenson has not missed a double yet.
And that trend continues.
Jenson Walker.
And Jenson Walker here is throwing for the match. Throwing for a 4-1 win. David Evans disconsolately shakes his head in the background, wondering why he continually gets hit with haymaker after haymaker. But on the other side of the coin, Jenson Walker has the darts in his hand to effectively enforce a shootout match with Brian Raman.
I believe this fixture over the last 10 minutes, one person has been the bat, one has been the ball, and David is the ball.
100.
Every single time Jenson is leaving himself a double, he's hitting a home run.
He's being hit around like Chris Gale at the peak of his powers.
Rumour has it, Chris Gale hit a ball about 5 years ago. It's still in the air.
80.
What a leg. What a great performance. This could be the best winning performance you've seen in this group from Jenson at just the right time to keep himself into contention.
80.
Evans, he's played all right in this game.
Jenson, you require 81.
But he could be completely closed out in 5 legs.
Double 12. We have a shootout. Jenson Walker and Brian Raman will go toe-to-toe to put the final spot through Group C. And what a performance from the Interceptor. 4 for 4 in his doubles, an average of 98. And he finished off with an 11-darter. Well, those are numbers that any player would marvel over. 98.76, 4 from 4 in the outer ring. For David Evans, well, he kind of gesticulated, didn't he, that it's happening again to him. So Brian Raman and Jenson Walker will go toe-to-toe in the 14th game of the session to see who progresses through. Dean Finn is comfortably through. James Welding will be heading for home, but they will go toe-to-toe after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of games is upon us. Dean Finn has confirmed his place through to the finals tomorrow evening. One of Brian Raman and Jenson Walker will join him, and they go toe-to-toe in the 14th game of the session. But game 13 first on the radar for us. Dean Finn and James Welding going toe-to-toe. These two actually began the day level on points, but these two are treading completely different cards. Dean Finn could complete the card if he wins this game. James Welding, with defeat, would have lost all 5 matches on this Friday afternoon. He is safely through. He is safe in the knowledge that he's going to be playing in tomorrow night's showpiece. For James Welding, his debut is going to end in disappointment. It was a really good Thursday. He played himself into contention. He was actually in a qualification spot in P2 at the beginning of the day today, but it's just unravelled for the man from Wigan.
First leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
There is already an air of relaxation about Dean Finn right now. He is walking around that stage thinking, isn't this lovely? I've got a game in hand and I'm going to be back tomorrow for day number 6.
140.
Looks like he's got plenty of backing, by the way. His sponsor areas are completely
58.
covered. He might want to get himself a dart shirt where all of those sponsors are printed, though, because it looks like a kid's been sticking stickers all over him.
I was wondering where my post-it notes went.
140.
You and your blasted post-it notes. Honestly, it's like a scene out of Bruce Almighty.
57.
That's right, Henry Deacon is single-handedly keeping the Portsmouth branch of Staples open with his clipboards and post-it notes.
You make me sound like a geography teacher.
Well, you've got the jacket to prove it.
57. Dean, you require 130.
Well, now that Dean is relaxed, what could he possibly finish with? Wants to do it with a flourish. He's not guaranteed at this point that he will win this group. He can be
77.
overtaken, but if he wins this game, he won't.
And he's left himself on 54 after 12 darts.
60.
And if the truth be told, it feels like two players that are playing two completely different games at this present moment in time.
44.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I didn't see this coming for Welding today. I didn't think that he would have the day that he's had.
127. Dean,
But
you require
every dart
10.
player will go through something like this at one point.
He's quite literally lived the ups and downs of the Super Series over the last couple of days. But Dean Finn is bodging opportunities here to win this
142.
opening leg. 4 of them are come and gone. But Welding isn't going to swoop in with what would be his
64.
third Tub Plus
Dean, you
checkout
require
of the
4.
day.
Game shot.
He's
and the
knocked on
first
quite a few
leg,
doors
Dean
in that leg,
Finn.
isn't he? Only needs to knock on
Second
3
leg,
more
it's James
to
to
have
throw
16
first.
points
Game on.
for his trouble over the last couple of days.
99.
Should be careful about unlocking doors and opening doors at this time of year. Advent calendar season coming up.
100.
You'll keep. It's November the 8th.
Admittedly, I'm not a Christmas buff up until later on in like December, but I went and got a takeout coffee this morning before I came into the venue.
92.
And in the said coffee cup, it was all Christmas related. The branding in and around
67.
it tends to be earlier every year now.
Are you the kind of person who starts celebrating your birthday 6 weeks in advance?
No. To be honest, I hardly get the chance to celebrate my birthday these days.
42.
Sorry, I would have played my violin there, but I left it at home.
Just like you left my present on my birthday at home this year.
140.
James is going to get you a 99.
Can he? Put a flake in it. Well, Finn hits the maxi.
180. James required 99.
150 for the week.
It's not bad.
43.
Still
Dean,
plenty
you
of time to
require
get more.
87.
He messed around in leg 1. He might not mess around in leg 2. And he doesn't.
James shot in the second leg. Dean Finn.
At this stage, if you think about 3 players from Group B, Henry,
Third leg, it's
Alex
Dean to throw
Spellman,
first. Game
Dean
on.
Finn, and one of either Jenson Walker or Brian Raman, how would you position Dean Finn in the odds right now for Saturday night?
He'll be the outsider, but he'll be a sneaky outsider.
121.
Give me a position between 1 and 6. Where would you put him?
About 5.
83.
I think, how many times have we seen a player like Dean? And the reason why the bookies will go against him is because the only form they got of him is this week. And you've got players like Spellman, players like Bolton who have got proven bags of experience in this building. And this is not to degrade Dean's chances whatsoever. But because he's only done it on 1 week and they got other players a bit more proven over a longer period of time, they'll go with them first. And then Dean will be that sneaky outsider. A bit like Derek Coulson a few weeks ago, that people don't look at and people don't fancy, and then suddenly come through the field.
He wasn't an outsider to a lot of us. We called it the week before.
But this is the difference between what the bookmakers see and what we see.
Correct.
66.
I will give you that.
Which is why I think they will position Dean where they position it.
I do agree with you, because if I'm being brutally honest, I didn't know a great deal about Dean Finn before this week.
100.
I knew of him, but now, because of the way this system works with 5 days of qualifying action, we have got
59.
a litany of
Dean, you require
information.
98.
He might have a 3-0 scoreline. I actually quite like that. Oh,
no score.
He doesn't like that. I don't think anybody would.
Well, that was a horror
60.
show.
Dean, you require 98.
Back to the start. And how many times do we see in this situation, this go with 2 darts?
Not this time. How about 3?
62. James, you require 136.
That's not going to go either. But I think we can
100.
confidently
Dean,
say
require 36.
that Finn was trying to lay up from the 98 the first time. Just hit the barrel. Other side. That side.
James shot in the third leg. Dean Finn.
If he wins this, he completes the card for the day.
Fourth
He
leg
began
is
on
James
6
to
points.
throw
These
first.
two both
Game
began
on.
on 6 points. But these two have crossed paths like
114.
ships in a night in completely different directions. Welding looks like he's going to be winless. Finn looks like he is going to be on a spin.
On Wednesday,
100.
Alex Spellman had 10 points. We could have our second perfect day
93.
coming from the Irishman in the next couple of minutes. By the way, I think
80.
if there were any locals watching on Wednesday when Alex was celebrating his birthday, talking to us in the studio,
92.
he said the Mexican food in Portsmouth is atrocious. So somebody's got to step up and get some decent Latino food here on the South Coast. And Alex should know,
100.
because he said he's part Latino, of course.
Well, you should never have visited that said restaurant in Gunwale Keys, of which I
85.
won't name for defamation purposes.
He's not wrong.
Oh, he's not wrong. I completely agree with you. Apart from the halloumi fries, the rest of it's...
That's about as Mexican as
57. James, you
IKEA.
require 91.
Give me a break.
51. Dean, you require 164.
This would be some way to sign off. Just trim the 64. Can't quite do it,
James
so
required
Welding
40.
might stop us from getting our first 4-0 of the day. And that's what he does, to his credit.
Leg, James Welding.
Forcing Finn to finish the job off on his throw.
5th leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Halloumi fries in a Mexican. It's like asking for chips in an Indian restaurant. It's an insult.
There is somebody that works here that does do that.
92.
Charlie Corstefin. He's getting named and shamed for that.
140.
There are certain situations in life where you just don't ask for something. And recently, Nathan Aspinall asked a referee at a PDC event, "Can I leave a finish?" And the referee said,
135.
"I can't answer that. I can't tell you that." And he did exactly the right thing.
140.
But Nathan shouldn't have asked. And let's face it, he shouldn't get halloumi fries in a Mexican restaurant, and he shouldn't order chips in an Indian.
Yeah, excellent work that from the PDC stage official that day.
83.
James doesn't want to finish
137.
on a low here. This is going to be his last game this week. He can still win this game. But he may just need to hit this 84 to keep the match alive.
And credit where credit's due, he could have so easily folded this situation. And that's an
Game
11
shot
dart
in the
breaker
5th leg,
throw.
James Welding.
It may be too late, but it may suddenly be clicking for James Welding.
6th leg, it's James to throw first.
Something
Game on.
weird's happening here, Nico.
Yeah, it is a bit weird because yesterday he was great at the start and he
58.
ended with a somewhat damp squib. Throughout the day, he has not played his best stuff, but he seems to be saving his best for the very end.
41.
I think we have forgotten that this is his debut, and for some people who play it just 2 days on debut,
58.
it is a strange experience because you've only got 2 days to go by, whereas Dean on debuts had 5. And if you remember Tuesday, he didn't play that well.
180.
So he's had the extra time on the hockey to figure things out.
Well, when you consider his position in the ADC
95.
rankings and the year that he's had, I think it's pretty much a guarantee we're going to see James again in some capacity in 2025 because of what he's done this year. And so for him, it's all about taking the good bits, and he has to take the good bits from it.
45.
But we say this so often. He's got 10 games of analytical data here this week.
94.
And there's a lot of good he can look at, but there's also other constructive pointers, which maybe he hasn't seen before, that he can take at, he can look at, and then make himself a better player as a consequence of it.
79.
If I were him, straight after this, I would think about the possibility of getting back here
60.
as early
Dean
as
required
January.
156. $11. James required 136.
So maybe we are going to go the distance.
$96. Dean required 145.
Couldn't take 164 to win the match. He's not going to take 145. He might not win the match at all.
65. James required 40.
Well, this conspicuous game could well have a crescendo leg. It's double 10.
20.
But it's not a level game.
Not yet, at least.
Dean, you require 80.
When you come here, all you want to do is throw darts and you want to compete. But there are times when you don't. And Dean doesn't want to throw any more than 3 more.
But he may have to play a
27.
leg
James
more's
required
worth of
20.
darts. Well, this has been an intriguing game, a crazy game at times. But
10.
James Welding has missed another free to
Dean, you
take
require
us all the
53.
way. To finish off. To eventually finish off. But he's missing big numbers left, right and centre. He's only going to get one at tops.
13.
And he has spurned that
required 10.
chance.
That was his first match start.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
It may be
James
the only one he
Welding.
gets. This is what happens to the human body when
Seventh
you've had
and final
that big
leg,
rush of
it's Dean to
adrenaline
throw
and you've
first.
achieved
Game
your
on.
goal. If you've got to do something extra on top of it, the adrenaline disappears and your body feels very different. You go from energized to quite tired in a matter of
140.
minutes. This is something these young players and indeed
60.
some of the senior players will learn when they come here. It wipes you out. It affects some individuals more than others.
45.
You don't want to lose your last game on a Friday, no matter who you are, no matter where you're going.
100.
Let's take something else into consideration as well. Dean lost his last
44.
match yesterday against Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2. It was a fairly scrappy affair.
135.
If he loses his last match again, he's not building the confidence that he would ideally want going into a night on Saturday where he wants to win 4 straight
60.
again. You always want to win your last match. That's what I'm trying to say.
174.
Well, that's a setup and a half. This has been a comeback and a half, and to be perfectly honest, it's a comeback come from nowhere.
140. James required 32.
Well, this is for Welding win to end his day with a success, with a chalk on the board. 88. Doesn't
24.
go. And to eventually
requires
see this game
72.
out.
Whatever you do, Dean, just don't miss your singles here, like you did in the previous leg. He does miss the single, but he
Game
doesn't miss
shot
the
and
double.
the match. Dean Finn.
And that's the second perfect day we've had this week. Dean Finn needed his best daily campaign to qualify. He did it with a game to spare, but he has won 5 out of 5. And after that scrappy one where he could have easily lost after being drastically in front, it turns out he does get 5 from 5. So down to the shootout match. It's Raman against Jenson Walker next.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? Got a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have got a knockout match here between Raman and Jenson Walker. The winner of this contest will join Dean Finn into the finals tomorrow evening. Alex Spellman, the winner of Group A. Group B will resume this evening from 10. But the winner of this match between Raman or Jenson Walker will determine the runner-up of Group C. Well, Raman began the day top of the table, 8 points to his name, but just 2 wins from his 4 matches so far. Has put himself in this shootout situation against Jenson Walker, who, if he wins this game, will qualify through, having won 4 from 5 on the second day. It's been some turnaround for the Interceptor, who is looking to answer the questions of the Riddler.
First leg,
It's our 14th game.
To throw first.
It's a knockout game.
Game on.
One will head through to the final. The other will be on the scrap heap.
56.
Have you ever seen the movie Legend about the craze?
96.
What's wrong with me? I know who I'm asking. I knew the answer to that question. I still asked it. But there's a line in that movie where one of the Cray twins says, "I came for
95.
a proper shootout."
Oh, I know that line.
Oh, this is what it is. It's a shootout.
60.
Luckily, there's going to be no contact. This is people throwing stuff at a board, not at each other.
100.
But yesterday, when they were throwing darts at the board, it was Raman who won.
60.
But the better player in the last hour, that is Jenson.
100.
That 98.76 average that he had against Evans in game 12, that's the best winning average we've had
140.
in this entire group.
150.
Doesn't go. First start drags low. First opportunity went to a man. It's the first
53.
opportunity that
Jenson,
hasn't
you
been
require
taken.
145.
Walker looking for something seismic, but he isn't going to take out the 145. And so the Belgian will return for 97 to draw first blood in this all-important contest.
$75. Jenson, you require 52.
Fascinating. I sound like Spock when I say that.
20.
Ah, the double 16 not found this time. He didn't miss it in the previous match when he was 4 out of 4. Oh, come on. How is it possible you can throw 2 darts with that marker so close and not hit the double 11? Brian's going to think he's been hit by a tragedy right there.
And in a game like this, moments like this matter even more. This is an awkward dart, but it is a massive dart. And that is a big find. And that is a big break for Jenson Walker. He leads the man by leg to nil after his opponent missed 3 at the outer ring, 3 at double 11 to have taken the lead himself.
Group situations over the course of 5 days, you've got to take disappointment
59.
and throw it away and move on. But in a match like this, you've got to be able to do it a lot faster.
He's finding that first dart better again, is Jenson.
140.
The more he plays, the better he gets. He won his last match yesterday against Richard North by 4 legs to 2.
$92.
Raman won his last game yesterday against Dean Finn by 4 legs to 2 as well.
$58. $125.
That proximity to the 60 right now is a real worry for Brian because Jenson is on it.
Well, two things are happening
84.
here.
Jenson, you require
Jenson
85.
is trending upwards, Brian is trending downwards. And he could be 2-0 down, Raman, because Walker has found a 14 darter. He leads by 2 legs to 0. And Brian Raman's back is firmly against the wall. He limpers up.
Game on.
And he is going to have to find something special from here if he is to qualify
57.
through.
$81.
It's fast and effective stuff with limited small mistakes.
100.
I think Jenson would make a very good fighter pilot. He's ice cold.
180.
The last 2 games, Jenson Walker has gone up
56.
a level. The last 3 games, he's gone up a level. He dodged those 6-match darts for James Welding. He won that match 4-3 of a 92
59.
average. He then crossed the line 4-1 against David Evans, averaging 98, finishing off an 11 darter, 4 from 4 the doubles. And here,
118.
averaging in and around that 90 mark again, and is dominating proceedings.
60. Brian, you require 170.
However, if you need a catalyst, that would have been something special.
58. Jenson, you require 121.
51 bull.
57.
Watch out on
Brian,
this
you require
shot.
112.
Raman might need to get creative. 54. Would have left 38. It was the right move.
39. Jenson, you require 64.
The Riddler is starting to go crazy. 88. Kid Jenson could be 3-0 up. Hitting all the right notes.
48. Brian,
But
you
that
require
was
73.
awkward. He didn't have much to manoeuvre with there. Raman, who missed 3 darts to win leg 1, has missed
55.
another one to win leg 3. This is for the double break. This is the 3-0. And this
Jenson,
is
you
to
require
put Brian
16.
Raman at the point of no return.
Look at the composure of Walker.
Game shot
Just
in the
really
third
good
leg.
under pressure.
Jenson Walker.
A great pre-throw routine. Constantly taking small sips of water and taking deep breaths to make sure that everything is measured.
Fourth leg, it's Jenson.
It's
to
just
throw
really impressive.
first. Game on.
Everything is measured, and it looks like he's got the measure of Brian Raman here. He throws for a place in the final tomorrow evening.
96.
Not that I am not honest all the time, Henry, but there are certain things that I do keep to myself, and commentators do this, but they wait for opportune
60.
moments to voice something that is very honest. I've monitored a lot of Jenson's form over the last couple of years,
58.
and my opinion of him has been pressing pause. I don't have an opinion yet, but over the last 2 days, I've seen a glaring improvement in what he's doing in pressure situations
45.
against this caliber of player. I am impressed.
Well, here you're seeing a player keeping their cool up against somebody who may have just combusted. Brian Raman may have just boiled over.
46.
But he's still got a glimmer in this leg. Walker hasn't done too much on throw so far. A big score here could well change this leg back in his favour.
59.
Too many trebleless visits.
100.
It's steady when it needs to be. And Brian's just being a little bit short of that 60 too many times. And there, it's 3 times. The destiny of a Saturday invitation is firmly in the hands of the young Englishman.
96.
105 points away from a place in the final. And of course it happens now. It always does in these scenarios.
105.
But for Jenson Walker, befitting of his name, has made a real sprint towards the finish. He's not going to claim the checkered flag now. He hopes a man cannot take out the 137. And he's looking to leave himself in a good spot.
32.
But a couple of slips, the first slips of this game.
That was the first showing of frustration from Jenson as well.
63. Jenson, you require 73.
He has a chance to get this done. Can he? Can't even hit the single.
Yeah.
And the man in the
41.
background must be
Brian, you
thinking
require 74.
and must be seeing the tensious nature of Jenson Walker and looking to capitalise on it.
Game
He
shot in the fourth
capitalises
leg.
there.
Brian
He
Raman.
gets a break back. And finally, he's on the board. I'm not sure Jenson took that frustrated celebration
leg, it's
very
Brian
well.
to throw first.
He's all business.
Game on.
The man is back in business.
Before we judge what we have just seen, we have 2 dart players who desperately want to make Saturday here.
140.
Emotions are high, adrenaline is high, and when you've got those emotions on that stage, people get fiery.
123.
You've got to be in that situation to understand what it's like. It's gladiatorial. It can be somewhat
92.
tribal as well. Keeping your emotions in check is one of the hardest things to do as a dart player.
54.
And the consequences and the prizes that are on offer for this pair are huge.
99.
It's not about money right now. It's all about opportunity. Get to Saturday and everything can change. Could be a career-defining
140.
or a
Brian,
career-changing
170.
or emphasising night. You've got to get there first. Isn't that right, Brian? He's only been there once. Jenson's been there once as well. So they're both looking for the same thing. A second visit.
Well, you feel like Raman has to take this out in this visit, and he
Game shot
finds
in
the
the fifth leg.
72.
Brian Raman.
That is 2 70-plus pops that have been taken in back-to-back legs. And just when it looked like Jenson
Sixth leg,
Walker was
it's Jenson to
strolling
throw
towards the
first.
finishing
Game
line,
on.
Brian Raman is back in business. And this is getting a little bit tense. It's getting a little bit tetchy out
93.
there.
When Brian hit that 72 and 2, the look that he was giving the ether here at the Live Lounge was borderline sinister.
98.
Brian Raman is quite literally on Jenson Walker's shoulders right now.
59.
If you can thrive under these circumstances, you've got something very special.
But look at that
100.
snarl of Jenson Walker. He really has got his bit between his teeth, and he may now have his opportunity to see this game home.
134.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of fire in the belly, but it's how you use it that counts.
84.
That's a great last start. Raman needs another big shot here.
Probably 2 trebles required. He's got the 2 trebles.
140.
Something has clicked for him over the last couple of legs. Can he be
Jenson,
closed
you
out
require
quickly,
126.
or do we go to a one-leg shootout to see who joins Dean Finn in Saturday?
Treble for the bull. Bullseye for the final tomorrow. to send him through and send Raman out.
101.
And it was the
Brian, you require
width
76.
of a 25 wire away.
It's another 70-plus shot.
58.
He can't complete the sequence. And for the first
Jenson, you
time, Jenson
require
gets
25.
another opportunity to finish it. Brian thinks he's come up one short.
2-8. He steps back. Pretty much on the toes of Brian Raman. And he could be treading on his toes. Raman steps back. He lets him have all the time and space he wants.
He's genuinely nervous going for the shot. He's just trying to manage himself.
All or nothing.
He knows exactly what's on the line. He stepped away 4 times, I think it is.
Well, the nerves have reached fever pitch now. It's Shredsville.
17.
And it wasn't far away.
Brian,
He
you
scared
require
it and then
18.
some.
Everything could change now. Everything.
Head quite literally in hands. Walker has showed his tell here. And we're going all the
Game shot on
way.
the sixth leg.
It's squeezed
Brian
in the
Raman.
corner. And Raman tells Jenson he is the man. And he's going to have to break him now. There wasn't much in terms of eye contact, in terms of the fist bump there that greeted the beginning of leg 7. This is tensious. This is tribal. And this is a one-leg shootout to determine who is into tomorrow evening's finale.
That double 4 was evil. It was right in the corner. And this is where
123.
top-level experience can really come to the fore. The adrenaline will be pumping right now for
99.
both players like never before on the Live Lounge stage, probably.
Well, what a leg this is. What a comeback this is becoming.
140.
We've asked a lot of questions of Brian Raman and how he's dealt with big pressure situations.
140.
Both players in this last leg have dealt with it immeasurably.
What a game this has been.
100.
It looked fairly academic at 3-0. Superb.
92.
But it's
Brian,
advantage
138.
Belgium.
He has seen his opponent miss opportunities to
98.
send himself
Jenson,
through.
you require
And Raman,
170.
unless Walker takes out the fish, may get a chance of his own. After all the anguish, there was no way Walker could have done it with the fish.
He missed the
58.
bullseye by
Brian, you
the
require 40.
small wire and the double 8.
Tops.
Game
The
shot
comeback
and a match. Brian
of
Raman.
all comebacks. Jenson Walker's head is in his hands, but it's Brian Raman who will head through to the final tomorrow night. From 3-0 down, he has won in a last leg decider after his opponent spurned opportunities to make it through himself. Brian Raman, by the skin of his teeth, progresses through to a second finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He has beaten Jenson Walker by 4 legs to 3 in a tense game. A game which epitomises a Friday at the Super Series. But it's a man who will be heading to Saturday. Coming up after the break. Evans against Walker. It's a dead rubber, but it's a chance for us to breathe after the tension of what we've just seen. Well, what did we see before the break there? Jenson Walker's heart must be broken and shattered right now. He lost out to Brian Raman in a last leg decider. Raman, who trailed by 3 legs to 0, pulled off the nigh on impossible comeback to send himself into the finals and to deny Jenson Walker his opportunity at it. The final game between David Evans and Lloyd Walker is nothing more than a determination of who's going to finish on 6 points. A determination as to who's going to finish 4th in the table. Lloyd Walker can finish there, having began the day 7th in the league table because he came in as a last-minute replacement for the injured Richard North. He's played some really good stuff. Actually, some of the best stuff we've seen from him here on the live round stage. But he takes on David Evans, where today, actually, there's been a bit of an improvement, but the damage was done towards the early stages of yesterday.
Oh, very much so.
68.
Well, this is a land of the giants game, isn't it? Both very tall lads.
57.
There should be a nice pace to this game as well. And David should be proud of his efforts this week. I know it hasn't gone his way, but sometimes when you stand up and you
58.
still play decent stuff, even when things haven't been at their prime, you just got to pat yourself on the
58.
back. And my biggest advice to Dave going away from this place today is stop beating yourself up. Start talking to yourself in a positive manner
97.
and things will turn around.
$96.
That first start, though, today for Dave, we mentioned it a little bit earlier on,
140.
has been so much better. He's had a lie to utilise more. As for Lloyd, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a tired display because of
60.
everything that has happened today.
38.
Yeah, it has been another long day for him, hasn't it? I sincerely hope he hasn't got to play darts tonight. If I were him, I'd get the reserve off the bench and have the night off.
78.
One hopes that he's definitely got the okay from the boss, otherwise it could be a very bad day for him.
100.
I'm sure he did.
David, you require 60.
Double top.
Game shot.
That is very assured.
David Evans.
For the second day in succession, he could win his last game. That would
Second
make
leg
things
is Lloyd
taste
to
a little
throw
sweeter
first.
before he goes
Game
back
on.
to Lancashire in the morning.
100.
He'll be heading to Lancashire, but Portsmouth is the hot spot this week when it comes to darts. The WADC Championship Tour Finals takes place tomorrow
121.
afternoon. It's a 12:30 start on the Super Series YouTube channel, where the likes of Fallon Sherrick,
140.
Gemma Hayter, Dieter Hedman, some of the big names that are in action, Vicky Pruitt as well, looking to win the title. Dieter looking to retain the title she won 12 months ago, and the £2,000 jackpot that will come with it.
This place is going to be bouncing tomorrow. It's a sellout. And I remember the tournament last November.
95.
It was busy, but it wasn't a sellout. So tomorrow will be a great atmosphere.
And I know that Thomas Banks, no matter what happens tonight, is going to be here
100.
to support Eleanor Cairns, a good friend of his.
134.
Even though he's bottom of the table, he can still qualify tonight. And he could do so quite comfortably.
It's a very weird Group B.
Weird in a good way. Someone's been watching Luke Humphries at the World Championship, haven't you, Dave?
120.
Cracking dart, that.
Lloyd, you
Better
require
than in the
32.
60.
May just all be academic.
He's got a great sense of humour, as Dave. That was quite funny. Oh, that is
16.
really dreadful fortune.
David, you require 60.
Okay. Don't get 20 in tops then. Get 20 points.
40.
And no tops.
Lloyd, you require 16.
And so this for a level match. 2-8,
Game shot in the second
1-1.
leg. Lloyd Walker. Third leg is David to throw first. Game on.
What for you has been the biggest story of Series 9 so far?
96.
Good question, Nico. Let me have a little look through my treasure trove of notes.
Do you want to answer that tonight?
No, I will answer it. I just need to have a think.
Yeah, your treasure trove of notes, which is about
59.
1,173 post-it notes.
74 after this session.
45.
I just love the Tom Sykes story. I love the story of Tom Sykes. There's something about it.
100.
There's something about what he's done here over the last year or so that just has such a romanticism about it.
85.
Andreas, again, another great story here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, I wouldn't mention Andreas Harrison around Cam Crabtree anytime soon.
44.
Because this year, he has caused Cam Crabtree more heartache than Mark Darcy did for Bridget Jones.
Well, put it this way, Cam Crabtree's been very nice to Andreas. He's probably won about
100.
30 grand this year.
I said not to mention it.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
I know, and I was the one that was finishing it.
Well, shall we finish it now?
Are you trying to have the last word?
140.
Yes.
Lloyd, you got 137.
Good. Moving swiftly on.
$39. David, you require 62.
20 or 12. That'll
Game
do
shot
very
in the third
nicely.
leg, David Evans.
Hard to believe that if Lloyd Walker was
Fourth
to
leg
win
is
this
Lloyd to
game,
throw
he'd
first.
have more
Game
points in this table than Dave, having played half the matches.
45.
That is very hard to believe. But it does prove that when Richard North was injured and couldn't play
58.
today, calling Lloyd Walker was the right call.
Whoever made that decision should pat themselves on the back.
41.
That is beautiful.
180.
His body was just so static when throwing that 180.
41.
Everything looked good there. Whatever you do, Dave, watch that one on repeat. The game is in there. It just needs to be found on a
93.
more consistent basis. Whatever you do in the right moments, remember it and repeat it.
36.
That is the difference
David,
between
you've got
good and great.
170.
It is, but I think at this point we can definitively say that Lloyd Walker is starting to struggle.
I think Lloyd took a bit of a tumble and I think he went head first off stage. And I tell you what,
97.
I was just looking at the background, he was actually clutching his right shoulder. Nice sign of respect there.
He might have just lost his footing a bit.
Well, he saw Robert Thornton do that at the Premier League once. And then he does that.
You've got to keep falling off the stage, Lloyd.
David, you require 73.
Well, there was a moment where he looked like he was literally falling apart.
Well, he's got himself a new nickname now, Kamikaze. Double top.
33.
If he takes this
Lloyd, you
158
require
out,
158.
it would have been unbelievable.
You would have had to have watched his step there. Evans looking at tops
134. David, you
for the
require
break and a
40.
3-1 lead. It'd be a leg away from the win. He won yesterday, the last game of the session, by 4 legs to 1. He could be on the cusp of doing it again here.
Game
He's
shot
got
in
the break
fourth
of
leg,
Walker. He needs
David
3-1.
Evans. Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
Yesterday,
Game
I
on.
was asking you for a grade based on a certain player. How would you grade Dave's week? Because it's a difficult one.
140.
He didn't pass the grade in terms of qualifying, so it has to be a D.
60.
I think he would give himself the same. It's a bit like an English essay, isn't it? You get a D, but the teacher says to you, I'm going to give you another chance
100.
to go and revise it. And I think that grade will change by the time he comes back.
60.
Because I think that if he doesn't get himself a tour card in January, he is someone who could possibly be one of the best players we have here this year and into next year.
91.
I think he's been waiting for a moment where he really pops in this building, but he hasn't been able to yet.
Because it's hard.
42.
It's really hard.
David, you require 170.
Well, there should be some way to see it out. But he's not going to take out the fish.
58. $81.
That's a
David,
tired
you require
dart, that one.
112.
And Dave just seems to be a bit more in tune in this game. Don't stay on the 60 here. Go to the 16s.
56.
Absolutely right. And a match start is incumbent.
Well, he ended
80.
yesterday with a morale-boosting 4-1 win.
David,
He's
you
about
require
to end
56.
today, you feel, with a 4-1 win. It hasn't been David Evans' week. But he at least
Jenson
ends with
and
a
the
win.
match, David Evans.
He gets the better of Lloyd Walker by 4 legs to 1, for which today has been a very weird day. He wasn't meant to be here at the start of this morning. He came in as a late replacement for the injured Richard North. He's acquitted himself well. He put in some really good performances, particularly at the start of the day. I just think the stamina, the fact that he got a late call up, the fact he had to come straight from work, towards the end dipped a couple of performances, but he'll be happy enough with the way he played today, that's for sure. But for David Evans, a 4-1 victory rounds off his campaign for this Group C and rounds off his campaign for the week. And that ends the action for the afternoon. But after the break, myself and Paul Nicholson will be having a chat with Brian Raman.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series of what has been a dramatic Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Dean Finn made his way through by completing the card on Friday, and it then went down the final spot to the penultimate game down the bottom of your screen there, where Brian Raman took on Jenson Walker. Jenson went 3-0, missed darts to win that match, but Brian Raman prevailed in a last leg decider. This is how the table ends up. Remember, a 7-player table because of Richard North's withdrawal earlier on this morning. Dean Finn tops it, 16 points to his name. Brian Raman through on 14. Jenson Walker narrowly misses out. And I'm happy to say that the man who won that decisive match 14 joins us in the studio now. Brian Raman. Brian, many congratulations through to Saturday's final, but that was a tense last game out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking, really. It's I put so much pressure on myself because I have a family at home, and they were going to come over tomorrow if I do qualify for Saturday. So when I was top spot on Tuesday, I was already talking to my missus about coming over and everything. So I put too much pressure on myself on Wednesday. I did exactly the same yesterday. I don't know why, but I did exactly the same thing. And I'm so lucky. Honestly, I'm so lucky to be here and being here tomorrow because Jenson was a better player in the last game.
We're going to show you the last moments now of that game against Jenson. And I want to just go through what was going through your mind at this moment. The 1-2-6, the bullseye, because there was a bit of a build-up, wasn't there, prior to that dart?
I could tell after 3-0 up that Jenson was very nervous. And I just said to myself, you're the more experienced player. Just use that now. You were former WDF number 1. You were a former tour card holder. Use that experience that you have. And I think I did it well for the next 2 legs. And then, this moment, he stepped back. You can see the yellow line, and he was behind the yellow line, but I didn't want to bother him. So that's why I stepped off stage and just let him have all the space.
You can actually feel when someone's nervous when you're on the stage. Yeah. That's one of those benefits of experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm an analyst myself, like you are. So I overthink the game way too much, and that makes it, for me, very hard in every single game I play. I know that's my Achilles heel. I know that is, but I can't change it. I don't know why, but I know that's my problem. And I'm working very hard on it. I'm only 28, so I have still a lot of time to learn every single thing. I have a lot of experience, but I still have to experience a lot of other things. So to come and win this game eventually from being 3-0 down, it's a massive step towards where I've been before.
Not the first time you've done that this week as well. And it has been a week of people winning from that position. Dave Evans had that happen to him twice yesterday. And it, on average, happens once a week. I don't have the exact stat as to how many times it's happened.
I think we had 5 this week.
It's ridiculous.
David Evans had 3, Romeo had 1, and then Jameson Walker had 1.
Absolutely crazy. But you must feel great knowing that you're going to be playing in front of... It's going to be a sellout tomorrow, so it's going to be something you can really get your teeth into.
I always play well when there is a crowd. And I'm slightly getting better every single time I play. I'm not where I used to be, but I feel that it's slowly coming back. So hopefully tomorrow I can bring my A game, because this week I haven't played my A game yet. So hopefully tomorrow I can bring it.
If Darius Labanauskas has taught us anything over the last 2 series, is that you just have to make Saturday and you save your A game for Saturday. And that is the best advice you can get.
I've watched every single dart of this series, so I know what you're talking about.
We just saw that moment there. We saw the head in hands of Jenson Walker. For you, was it just pure relief?
Of course, yeah. If you're 3-0 down, you don't expect yourself to win. But like I said before, I have the experience. I know the game is in me. It's just whether it comes out or not. And when I was 3-0 down, I was just relaxed and I was playing slower. I know that is one of my Achilles heel as well. I try to play slower every single time, but sometimes it just doesn't happen because you're too concentrated in the game. I played slower. I took my chances, and before the last leg started, you can see me taking my time. I told myself, and this is why you were a former WDF number 1 and a former tour card holder, because you were always good in last leg deciders, and that's why I had a good last leg.
Well, we'll have another chat with you in just a second, Brian. Myself and Paul going to round out everything else we've seen today, and that includes Dean Finn's arrival into the final on his debut. Look, he went through the card. He did everything he could possibly do today. He was absolutely superb. Under pressure, he made some diamonds.
Yeah, he found the right stuff at the right times. He was doing things the hard way, to use your phrase from earlier in the session, because he was in winning positions, but only at the very end of some of the games. And I think that will stand him in very good stead for whoever he faces in the group situation come Saturday night, because both Brian and Dean are very battle-hardened, and they're probably going to need that.
Has he got a bit of a free roll about him? Because you get the sense we're talking about maybe the odds compilers may not fancy him, he may be the outsider of the six. He can kind of go about this with a bit of a free hit to a certain extent.
The way it works when people put the odds together is that the pressure is put on the people who have performed here before. So for that reason, I think someone potentially who comes through Group B later will be under more pressure than, say, Brian or Dean or Alex, because Brian hasn't won a weekly title here. Dean hasn't, obviously, because it's his debut, and Alex hasn't either. So maybe there's more pressure for the people who aren't even through yet.
Final word to you, Brian. Would it feel like a breakthrough if you tasted success tomorrow?
Oh, definitely. I only got the call last week. I didn't have a proper practice. I was planning on starting my proper practice this Monday before Lakeside, of course, what I qualified for. So when I got the call up, I was like, yeah, that's the best practice you can have towards Lakeside. So for me to do this all week, only having 2 games below 80 average, for me, that feels like a success already.
Just quickly about Lakeside, you're going to open the show against Corny Grunewald. First of all, what's that going to be like? And secondly, as a venue, as a tournament, you were the number 1 seed there a couple of years ago. You got through to the quarterfinals, lost out in that great game against Richard Vacher. Do you feel like you got a little bit of unfinished business there?
Yeah, I do. And I still have that same feeling about this, because the first time I came here, I won Group A, and then I missed out on semi-finals. So I feel I have unfinished business here as well.
Well, we shall see you tomorrow night, Brian. Many congratulations on getting through. Paul, thank you for your company. As ever, we'll see you from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B is going to finish. Andy Bolton is in the box seat as far as that is concerned. But as far as Group C's action this afternoon, Brian Raman has made his way through, whereas Dean has finished his week by progressing through to the finals. Bye from us.